meeting to order. Sorry, it's a few minutes late. It's 9:34. I'd like to call to order the Zoning and Comprehensive Plan Amendment hearing agenda for September 6, 2023. Good morning and welcome. Let's begin this morning by rising for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you very much. So this morning we have two types of cases on the agenda. The first type of case is a zoning case. And you'll know it's a zoning case because it starts with the letters DCI on the agenda. So if it's a zoning case, on those cases, I am required to call only the people who participated at the hearing examiner's hearing below this. So as far as if you turned in a comment card or for a DCI case number, I will be calling the participants of record who are in my agenda packet here who appeared at the hearing below. For the two that are comprehensive plan amendments, the one called Building Height and Resiliency and the second one called Daniels Parkway South, those will be open to the general public because they're comp plan amendments. And we'll talk more about public comment when it gets time to get into that. So at this time, let's go ahead and open up with the first case. I'd like to recognize our staff to introduce the Ortez Minor RPD. And this is a zoning case.
Yes, Commissioners, good morning. Dirk Danley, Lee County Community Development. Our first case before you today is DCI 2022-40. The request is to rezone approximately 9.57 acres from RPD and CPD to RPD to allow for 144 dwelling units. 48 of those dwelling units are sought as bonus density. A maximum height is being sought of 45 feet. The hearing examiner did recommend approval with conditions. There was one participant of record. Staff and the applicant are here with any questions you may have.
Very good. Commissioners, do you have any questions for our staff on this item?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I see no questions. Would the applicant like to make a presentation this morning?
Good morning, Commissioners. Stacey Ellis Hewitt with Banks Engineering. I do have the presentation available to answer any questions if needed for reference, but I'm here for questions. The team's here for questions either now or after public comment.
Okay, Commissioners, I know we've all read our material, but do you have any questions for the applicant at this time?
No.
No questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Robert Stoner. He is the participant of record. Good morning. Mr. Stoner, when you get up here, you'll see at the top of the podium is a green light, a yellow light, and a red light right at the very top there. So you'll get 5 minutes at a zoning hearing according to our code. You don't have to use it all, but when you do see the yellow light come on, that's when you might want to start to wrap it up, because when the red light comes on, that's when I'll ask you to stop.
Oh, good. I get 5, so I don't have to speed read this then.
Excellent. All right.
All right.
Go ahead and start his time. Thank you. Good morning.
All right. Morning. My name is Robert Stoner, and I live on property just over 500 feet from this project, where I lived for the past 62 years. And I was at the original zoning hearing in 2005, DCI 2004-0006. There were many concerns then and now because the density of this project would be consistently higher than the surrounding neighborhood, and that would set a precedent for higher density development in the future of the other vacant parcels to the north, which would destroy the nature and character of our neighborhood. This project is even higher than the previous request. While the project was approved, it was reduced at a reduced density of 60 units, or about 66 units in this request. The previous hearing examiner concluded that the proposed density would be at least double the density in the area of 4.9 units per acre and would be totally out of character with the existing densities and uses and inconsistent with the intent of Goal 5 and policies thereunder. In this case, it would be over 3 times the density at 15.04 units per acre. Additionally, she found that this project would be inconsistent with the intent of Policy 515 to protect the character and nature of existing residential communities. Additionally, the hearing examiner was unable to find any lead plan, goal, objective, or policy that grants entitlement to any developer for higher density. Even if this encouragement could be deemed an incentive for increased density, she could not believe that the Board of County Commissioners intended that incentive to enable a developer to double or triple the density over what is existing and established in the surrounding community. Objective 100.9 requires Lee County to continue to conserve existing housing and improve the quality of neighborhoods. In addition, policy 100.95 mandates that new development adjacent to the established residential must be compatible or improve the area existing character. At 15.04 units per acre, this higher density is not compatible with the lower density uses, or will it improve its character? I would like to note that prior to the hearing, staff stated they did not review any information from the previous hearing, or was any presented. Note page 5 on your report under traffic. 33 parcels of vacant land on the west side of Ortez from Luckett Road to State Road 80 are owned by Lee County as part of the 2040 MPO to widen Ortez from 2 to 4 lanes. There is one 4.6 acre parcel along the right-of-way to the southwest of this project, not county-owned. Thus, there are plans to expand this section in the future. I was surprised that the traffic expert witness did not know or present this information at the hearing. Note page 4, the property across Ortez Avenue in the city is addressed off of Glenwood Avenue and zoned commercial general with a max density of 25 units per acre, not 30, per the city planning manager. Also, it is only 2.2 acres, which does not compare to this project. I would like to suggest that this rezoning request go back to staff so they can review all information and make a better informed decision, or to find a number between 66 and 96 units without bonus density. A total of 82 would be more consistent with the neighborhood and have less adverse impact now and for future developments. As I said, I've lived there most of my life, very familiar with the neighborhood. There seemed to be some missing information that was presented at the zoning hearing. You're on one half, Mr. Hinman, and Mike, yours is on the other half. It's like right in no man's land there. So these both kind of affect both of your areas. So I respect your considerations on this. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments this morning. Okay, and that concludes the participants for this case. At this time, I'd like to ask the applicant to come and address the concerns that were raised.
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, Stacy Hewitt with Banks Engineering. The request has the prior zoning that's being referenced was about 20 years ago, and there have been a lot of changes since that time that make the request appropriate. The lands across the street and in the area are the higher future urban areas, including the subject property. Even the property to the south is actually approved at a density that's lower than the recommended lowest density in the area. The subject property could have requested up to 20 units per acre, and we've requested 15. The existing zoning and land use across the street, directly across the street in the city, could have up to 25 dwelling units per acre and go up to 70 feet today. And there's also properties in Lee County in the intensive development land use category, zone C1, that could go up to 30 dwelling units per acre. This is an area with a plethora of urban facilities in place, and the comp plan does direct to put multifamily and diversify housing options in these future urban areas. The location's actually in an area that's encouraged for transfer development units. It's a universal receiving site. There is public transit along the roadway, and the mixed-use overlay is even in the close vicinity up at Palm Beach Boulevard. The applicant has provided enhanced buffering to the adjacent property to the south, and it is also including increased setbacks recommended by staff that the applicant has agreed to. The comp plan does also encourage diversifying housing options, and there's a plethora of single-family homes that are lower density in the area, but again, this is a future urban area that encourages higher densities, which are already allowed directly across the street. We do also have the traffic consultant here. I'll generally generally summarize what was put on the record at the hearing is that the improvements are not currently funded. They're not in the capital improvements plan. That's why it was not addressed as part of the traffic. It is planned in the future, but it's not funded yet. And Ted Treesh is here also if you'd like further information on that. But I believe that summarizes our responses, unless you have any other questions.
Commissioners, any questions at this time? Okay, I see no questions. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your testimony. All right, Commissioners, back to the board. Does somebody wish to make a motion on this item?
I'd like to ask a question if I can.
Yes, sir.
County Attorney.
You're recognized to ask a question.
Under the circumstances, do we have any legal right to vote no on this?
The case before you has been presented to staff and the hearing examiner. Both have recommended approval of it, finding competent substantial evidence to support the recommendation. In order for the Board of County Commissioners to deny the request, there would have to be competent substantial evidence on the record, finding that it is inconsistent with a particular comprehensive plan amendment or provision or the land development code. Without such, you cannot legally deny the request.
That being said, I'll move the item forward.
Okay, so we have a motion for approval from Commissioner Greenwell and a second from Commissioner Pendergrass. Do we have any discussion on this? No? You know, the only thing that I'll add as well, because you're right, we do kind of border this district, is I actually appreciated the commenters' time today in researching all of the Lee Plan policies that they reviewed and brought forward. I did look at the hearing examiner's findings and conclusions at the end of her recommendation, and I found that she also reviewed the Lee Plan policies and objectives, several of them that were talked about, and her findings and conclusions came to that it is compatible with the planned uses, existing or planned uses in the surrounding area, and I don't have the competent substantial evidence to overturn that. So in this case, you know, I'll support the motion that's on the floor. So if there are no further comments, then I'll go ahead and call for the vote. Are there any objections to the motion? Okay, I see no objections. That motion carries unanimously. All right, please introduce item number 2, the Nest, Southwest Florida. It's a zoning hearing.
Good morning. Sharam Badamchi, I'm from Lee County Zoning for DCI 2022-00004. The request is to rezone 15.75 acres from agricultural to RPD, CPD to allow for up to 10,000 square feet of commercial and 62 residential dwelling units. The hearing examiner heard this case and recommended approval of conditions and deviations. There were 5 participants of record for this case.
Do we have any questions for our staff at this time? Okay, I see no questions. Thank you. All right. I'd like to recognize the applicant to make their presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Mr. Chairman, I'm Jeff Wright with the Henderson Franklin Law Firm, here on behalf of the applicant.
Okay.
And we have our team here as well. We agree with staff's recommendation of approval. We agree with the HEC's hearing examiner's assessment and recommendation of approval as conditioned as well. And we want to thank them for all their efforts, both staff and the Office of the Hearing Examiner, in bringing this forward. And we are here to answer any questions and tell you more about the project. And with that, we'll respectfully request your approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, I see no questions. So, all right, if that concludes your presentation, then thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and call the participants of record. The first participant is John Albion. Mr. Albion, you here? Okay. The second participant is Ralph Czerkolinski, maybe? CZ? I'm trying to think about what sound that makes. All right, I think it's, yeah, Czerkolinski. Okay, Ralph doesn't seem to be here. How about Chris Kern? And how about Tom Kern? Or Diana O'Shea? Okay, I see none of the participants of record here then. So we'll move back. It doesn't appear as if there's a rebuttal that's necessary, but the applicant is welcome to make one if you'd like.
I'll move the item.
Okay, we have a motion for approval from Commissioner Pendergrass.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Greenwell. Do we have any discussion, commissioners? All right, I see no discussion. Are there any objections? No objections, that motion carries unanimously. All right, please introduce the Winkler Junction minor CPD.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Beth Workman. I'm a principal planner with the zoning section. The next case before you is DCI 2023-00004, Winkler Junction Minor CPD. The applicant is requesting to rezone 2.57 acres from agricultural to commercial plan development to allow a maximum of 90,000 square feet, 675 units of self-storage, and associated uses with a maximum height of 45 feet. The hearing examiner recommended approval, and there were 7 participants of record.
Do you have any questions for our staff at this time, commissioners?
Real quick.
Commissioner Pendergrass.
Yeah, so I see there's some participants of record for that. I was just concerned, without going through all their details, after reviewing it, it's all frontage along Summerlin. I was just wondering what their concerns are other than traffic. That obviously we can't vote against because it's traffic related. What other concerns were brought up?
The residents mostly raised concerns about the traffic that was being generated from the racetrack, which is located to the northeast, and the 2 access points along Winkler, and how some of the racetrack patrons were making U-turns, as you see in the arrows here, to access the intersection of Winkler and Summerlin, and they were concerned about the warehouse use being able to use that access point to get to the intersection of Summerlin and Winkler when exiting the warehouse site. So there was a lot of discussion about the racetrack use.
We heard that when the racetrack came up a few years ago, people were still concerned about that for some reason, and people don't use it, they won't stay in business. But we can't obviously deny something because of traffic, and that's something we will have the county attorney point out from state laws changed in 2011. So just make sure they're aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, commissioners, at this time? All right, I see no further questions. Thank you.
Thank
I'd like to call the applicant to make their presentation.
Hey, Commissioners, Stacey Ellis Hewitt with Banks Engineering. I do, again, have a presentation available if needed for reference, and we're available for questions if you have any, and we would like to respond to public comment.
Okay, very good. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant at this time then? All right, I see none. Thank you. At this time, then, we'll go ahead and call the participants of record. Paul Cohen. Paul Cohen? Okay. How about Craig Double? Craig Double? Oh, good. And then after Craig would be Laura Espinoza, if she's here.
It's not us, sorry, we're shifting.
Oh, that's not Paul? Oh, okay, I apologize. I thought that was or Craig. All right. Laura Espinoza, are you here? Okay, I do. How about Melanie Keltz? Melanie Keltz? Okay. Steve Lacey? Steve Lacey? Okay. How about Richard McGee? And Pam Stoik? All right, Pam's not here either. All right, so none of the participants of record are here today. At this time, it doesn't appear that there's a rebuttal necessary. Then, commissioners, would somebody like to make a motion?
I move the item.
Motion for approval from Commissioner Pendergrass, second from Commissioner Sandelli. Do we have any discussion on this motion? Okay, I see no discussion. Are there any objections? No objections. That motion carries unanimously. All right, please introduce St. Raphael Multifamily. That's item 4.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Adam Mendez. I'm a senior planner at the zoning section. Case before you is DCI 2022, number 8. The subject property is approximately 9 acres and is located generally north of Lee Boulevard, across from the Walmart Supercenter in Lehigh Acres. The property is located in the Central Urban Future Land Use category. It's also in close proximity to the mixed-use overlay, which is located along Lee Boulevard. The request is to rezone the subject property from residential single-family to residential planned development to permit a maximum of 120 multifamily units, which includes 30 bonus density units, not to exceed 35 feet in building height. The resident access will be via Bella Court, which intersects with 5th Street West and Lee Boulevard. The recommendation before you is approval, subject to conditions, and there are 21 participants of record. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
All right, commissioners, at this time, do you have any questions on this item? Okay, I see no questions. At this time, I'd like to recognize the applicant for their presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Richard Aiken. I'm an attorney with the Henderson Franklin Law Firm, and I am here this morning on behalf of the applicant. If you allow me just a second, I will get our presentation up.
Richard, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Richard, is this going to be kind of mirror the project they did years ago off of Palomino next to St. John's Church?
So it'll be similar in certain ways. That I believe that the one at St. John's is mostly for seniors. This will not be limited to that. It will be an affordable housing project, and National Development is doing that. Rick Miller with National Development's here. He's going to make a couple comments during our presentation and kind of explain that a little bit further. So in some ways it'll be similar, but it's a different location, so there are some differences.
I thought that's why the site selection chose this site, because of the availability for the commerce in the area, like the Walmart across the street, and the walkability of the area there. So I think that's what they're looking at. So I wasn't sure if the age factor is going to be the same as the other is on Palomino there. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. It'll be slightly different. So, Commissioners, good morning once again. I do have my project team here with us. You're going to hear from Tina Ekblad, who's our project planner with Stearns Weaver. I mentioned I also have Rick Miller, who's with National Development. He's with the applicant. He's here this morning as well. I also have Matt Simmons, who's with Maxwell Henry Simmons. He's an appraiser, and there were some concerns from the public about property values in the surrounding area, so he's going to address some of that. I do have the rest of my team here. If you have questions of any of them specifically, we'll be happy to get them up here. As staff sort of went through some of the background, I'll kind of be brief here, but as you heard, this is a request to rezone to allow up to 120 affordable housing units. Again, this is not just regular old multifamily. This is an affordable housing project. It does include up to 30 bonus density units within that 120. The maximum height would be 35 feet in height. It is a request for 9 acres of rezoning. You can see here on this aerial in front of you, the entire St. Raphael's Church is outlined in this yellow border that we've presented here. The back portion here is the 9 acres that we're going to, that we're seeking to rezone for the RPD. It is currently zoned RS1, which is residential single family, so it would currently allow residential single family units. The access currently would be through here and into the back where the RPD would be. You can see the surrounding area to the north and to the west. We have quite a bit of residential existing single family uses. It is bordered to the south by Lee Boulevard. The Walmart shopping center is across Lee Boulevard. There's also some other commercial over here across Lee Boulevard. To the east, you have this 100-foot wide canal, and then you have the FGUA facility, the utilities facility, which is across that canal. There are other facilities, including the hospital and quite a bit of other commercial up and down Lee Boulevard here to the east. And we think that those are important given the location. I'd like to discuss just a minute the hearing examiner's recommendation. We did receive a recommendation of approval from the hearing examiner as well as a staff recommendation for approval. We are in agreement with both of those recommendations and the conditions that are attached thereto. We did have some opposition, and you saw there were 21 participants of record, and I expect you'll hear from some of them today, so I want to briefly address a few of those issues. The hearing examiner's recommendation also addressed a number of those issues. We certainly respect the public and the residents in the area's concerns. We understand it's where they live, but we believe that we've addressed their issues both up front before we ever even got to the hearing examiner and in response to some of their specific issues. We are concerned we made changes at the hearing examiner, and the hearing examiner's recommendation calls some of those out. For example, we removed the resident access to Elva Place, and I'll go back a slide and just show you. Originally in the application, there was going to be a resident egress and emergency access that went out the back here to Elva Place. There were concerns by some of the residents that that would put traffic into the residential area here. So as a result of that, at the hearing examiner, what we did was we changed this access, would no longer allow any ingress or egress by residents of the proposed RPD. Instead, it would be emergency only, and it would be gated, all right? So we made that change during the hearing examiner in order to specifically address those concerns. We also heard concerns from the residents during the hearing examiner that there is an on-site, or there's an adjacent in the Oakwood community, there's an Oakwood HOA facility park right there. They were concerned about residents of the RPD going in and using their facilities. So we agreed to provide on-site amenities as part of this RPD in order to serve the RPD residents so they wouldn't have any need, any desire to go anywhere else. In response to that concern, we also agreed to require fencing with signage along the western border in order to discourage the RPD residents from going and using any of that at Oakwood Park area. Some of the other general concerns that we heard that were specifically addressed in the hearing examiner's recommendation, the recommendation concluded that the project would provide diversity in housing types in Lehigh while meeting the affordable housing needs, and that satisfies various Lee Plan directives, as specifically gone into further detail. Hearing examiner also found that the criteria was specifically met for bonus density. The hearing examiner concluded that the site plan considers neighboring uses and buffers adjacent residents in numerous ways. And one of the things that we did, and you're going to hear from Ms. Ekblad when she gets up here, is that when they designed these buildings and the way that the buildings will be oriented, they were specifically designed in order to buffer and provide minimal impact to the adjacent residential. So we took detail to do that. Finally, the hearing examiner's recommendation also concluded that this project would generate 20% less traffic than the single-family units that would already be permitted by right by the RS1 zoning that I told you about a minute ago that's already on this project. So not only does our traffic engineer conclude that ultimately there'd be 20% less traffic, staff agreed, and ultimately the hearing examiner made that conclusion. So with that, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Ms. Ekblad to go through some of the further planning considerations.
Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Tina Ekblad, Director of Planning for Stearns Weaver Miller. I don't want to belabor too many of the points that you've already heard. I do want to expand on them a little bit. Please note that the St. Raphael's Church was actually approved by special exception for that facility back in 1981. So the 9 acres in front of you today has been vacant since prior to that period of time. We are moving forward with this request to provide an alternative housing type in the area. Lehigh Acres is well known for having that very traditional single-family platted lot, quarter-acre, sometimes smaller, sometimes bigger. The affordable multi-family product provides an alternative in an area with known demand. Again, with those commercial facilities as well as medical and educational facilities in the area and access to a Lee-Tran line, there is adequate opportunity for residents that don't drive to get around and also meet their needs in the surrounding area. We did provide a full slate of letters of availability for urban services to demonstrate that this isn't an area where the project can be supported. And as Attorney Aiken discussed, we have made a number of revisions to the site plan throughout the review process, but we've always clustered the 3 multifamily buildings to the eastern portion of the site that's adjacent to that 100-foot wide canal and the FGUA facility. That design is purposeful to promote a much larger setback to the western and northern property boundaries where we have that existing single family. We've preserved the maximum amount of wetland and indigenous habitat on site and are using that to buffer those eastern buildings. And then again, the side facade, or the shorter facade, is what the existing single-family residents will see. That's very purposeful to address their view and the aesthetics of the future development. As was mentioned, we did add a requirement for some additional recreation facilities for our residents on site, and we did adjust the access points throughout the process. As a result, we believe that the site plan does promote appropriate compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. We've added those additional conditions regarding fencing and signage and appropriate building orientation. While architecture is not proposed to be conditioned as part of this zoning, National Development does have other affordable housing projects in the area. We are expecting the architecture of this facility to be very similar. You may be familiar with the St. Peter Claver Place Apartments. I believe it's the same architecture that's being proposed on this site. We talked about project access a little bit. I just want to touch on number 1, our full access to Bella Court leads to a signalized intersection on Lee Boulevard, which will appropriately address entry and entry, and then that secondary access is emergency vehicles only as a result of that public participation. We made these changes not only at the hearing examiner hearing, but also as a result of our community meeting, which was held as part of the sufficiency process. You may hear some comments from the surrounding residents that this project is an encroachment and destructive to the existing single-family community that surrounds it. I personally and professionally do not believe that to be accurate. Again, I think the multifamily project provides an appropriate housing type in the area. We've designed the project and have written conditions to ensure that we're appropriately buffering and screening the proposed development. Our maximum height is the same as is allowed in the RS1 or single family district, and we've increased that separation using the natural resources on site. So we believe we've appropriately addressed that compatibility. With that, I will turn it over to Matt Simmons to talk a little bit about the impact of the project.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Matt Simmons, Managing Partner with Maxwell Hendry and Simmons. I will address the results of a value impact study that we completed as it relates to this project. Many of the items I wanted to discuss, I think, have already been referenced, so I'll keep my comments brief. At this point, I believe everybody has seen an aerial of the project. The study that we completed relied on the same methodology that we've used, frankly, I would guess maybe a dozen times at this point, just as it relates even to multifamily's impact contiguous to single family. I don't think there's really any issue that's been studied ad nauseum more than concerns about multifamily and its impact to single family residents. So there's kind of 4 steps that we take a look at when we're evaluating this. The first is consideration of the existing uses and the in-place future land use category. The central urban future land use category anticipates multifamily as a use. If you know, the 9 acres that we're looking at here is excess land to a church property in central urban that does not have direct frontage. That's about as prime a candidate for multifamily as it gets. So as it relates to buying perhaps a property near this 9 acres, reasonable anticipation would tell you, you know, that 9 acres is not going to stay vacant. It's in a central urban land use category. Multifamily clearly is the highest and best use as it relates to that piece. The other component of that was the height that's already been mentioned, I believe, a couple of times. The existing RS1 zoning accommodates 35 feet of height. That's the height that's also presented here. So when we're looking at what's being proposed in comparison to what could be reasonably anticipated, I think there's consistency. Getting down to actual sales data, there's 2 things that we look at when we're doing work individually on these projects. There's an aggregate sales analysis and then an individual paired sales analysis. And effectively, individual, we're looking for kind of one-off individual sales that are directly proximate to projects that are similar to what's being proposed. And we're comparing those sale prices to effectively identical properties, but that are maybe 100 or 200 or 500 feet away or so, to see if when we isolate the variable of proximity to multifamily, if there is any influence, good, bad, or otherwise, that is found as it relates to that. That's one methodology. The other methodology then is to cluster sales data and say, okay, let's look at sales over a time frame for properties that are maybe within 100 or 200 feet, and then let's draw a circle out from there and look at larger data sets of sales and compare, instead of one-off situations, broader sets of data, which generally, statistically speaking, is going to be more reliable. We looked at both of those scenarios in this case, and that's a scenario that we've evaluated in other situations where we've studied multifamily. Neither of those scenarios demonstrated any negative impact as it relates to multifamily when we looked at situations similar to what's proposed here today. And then finally, the 4th thing that we evaluate are other academic studies and peer-reviewed papers on this issue. Many of those papers are kind of going through processes similar to what I just described for you that we did individually on our own, but they're instructive nonetheless because they're venturing to measure the same dynamic. There's a number of studies that we looked at. The one that I think is most prominent that we and that in my professional opinion is kind of the most well done, is the Harvard Center for Housing Studies issued a paper on this that I think is exhaustive in the way that they measured this issue. Their study actually found that there is a higher correlation of value as it relates to proximity to multifamily. So the opposite, frankly, of what at times is feared. So that's the methodology behind our study. So ultimately, the conclusion is that multifamily in this location, and to be specific, multifamily consistent with what's proposed in this project is reasonably anticipated, and we have no expectation that negative impacts to property values would be seen in the neighborhood as a result of approval of this project. Thank you. With that, I believe I'm turning it over to Rick Miller.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Rick Miller. I'm principal with National Development. We're local housing developers. We've been here for about 45 years, and what we do primarily is affordable housing. We've built thousands of units throughout Florida. We've done several developments here in Lee County in the city of Fort Myers, so we're local. As was mentioned previously, we have 136 units of affordable housing going up in the city of Fort Myers right now. These are 2- and 3-bedroom apartment homes, and most importantly, their rental rates run from about $1,100 to $1,400 a month, which is probably half of what you're seeing in the market today. It's the kind of housing we need for our service personnel and for our hourly income earners. We just don't have any of that. I don't think we need to mention that we have a crisis, a housing crisis in Florida and in Lee County, especially Lee County. Given the hurricane last year, we lost thousands of housing units. We have a lot of displaced people, and many of them have had to leave Lee County, leave the city of Fort Myers, and go elsewhere. That's decreased our workforce here and made it more difficult for us to find service workers and the people that we rely on in our community. We are partners with the Diocese of Venice in this endeavor. The diocese owns the St. Raphael's Church and this land. We've had a 12-year working relationship with the diocese. We've developed several housing developments with them over that time, very successfully. They own and manage about 809 units now. They are great partners. They are in it for the long haul. They keep the developments and they oversee them in perpetuity. But most importantly, they have the resources to support the developments that they're involved in, both monetarily and community support. They provide volunteer work for the residents of these communities. They provide support classes, after-school daycare, and some of the other facilities like St. Peter, which we mentioned previously. But they're the kind of partner you want. They're the kind of owner that Lee County would want to support the residents. The diocese mission is to provide affordable family housing. And this is one of the things that they're doing. If you want to take a look at something that they are currently building, it's right over on Michigan Avenue across from the Housing Authority, where we're building 136 units. I think that there's almost every day, every week, there's an article in the paper about the need for housing for our service workers here in Lee County and elsewhere. And I feel like this is an opportunity for us to further that effort to provide affordable housing for our residents so that we can keep them here, we can keep them employed locally, we can keep them housed locally, and we can put them in housing that is decent, clean, and safe, and which is really what we want for our residents. I feel like we're a little bit of a broken record on the housing issue. This is an opportunity for this board to take some action, some affirmative action, to help create some housing. And remember that the diocese and St. Raphael's Church are the immediate neighbor. They are right there on site. They are going to be involved with this community, and I think you'll see it'll be an asset to Lee County and a real benefit to our residents. So I thank you for your time and your consideration this morning.
All right, thank you very much.
That pretty much concludes our presentation. I just want to conclude by agreeing with Mr. Miller that this project meets a need here in Lee County, as we've all sort of recognized over the last several years and months. This is an opportunity for the board to approve an affordable housing project with a good partner in a good location. It's in a good location because of its access to Lee Boulevard, the proximity to an array of services, and the partnership with the diocese. If you have any other questions of us, I'll be happy to answer them or get someone else up here who can answer them. I would like to reserve the opportunity for rebuttal following public comment.
Very good. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Pendergrass?
I have a question. Rich, I don't know if you can help me or the applicant, the builder could help. So I know they're going to have on-site, like you said, management on-site. I know usually the rules are a little bit stricter. Usually when we see the mixture of mixed use, multifamily within residential areas, people's concerns are sometimes traffic, but it's also crime and the quality of life areas going down due to quality of life. So can you touch on a little bit more how they're going to be doing more background checks on the residents, the requirements, the rules they have to follow there while in place at the housing? Because I know they have probably stricter rules they have to follow as far as the future of living there.
Yes, sir. So that was something we addressed quite a bit at the hearing examiner, but the bottom line is that the diocese and national development goes through an extensive background check in order to ensure that the type of residents that they're getting here at this location will be the type of residents that will be good members of the community, that don't have criminal backgrounds, things of that nature that will not create a safety concern for either the residents or the community. So they go through an extensive background check in order to get those residents in there. And basically the philosophy is, you know, it's a whole lot easier to get good residents in that are going to be good members of the community than it is to try to put a fence around them and keep them there or something like that. So they do take painstaking efforts to do that. Rick or Matt, I don't know, do you want to comment a little further on what I said about that?
Yeah. I would just say that, you know, our management company, which will, in conjunction with the diocese, oversee this development. We manage about 12,000 apartment units. Most of them are in the affordable housing price range. The key to any apartment development is your management company. They don't manage the property, keep tabs on the residents, make sure that the rules are strictly enforced. We're not afraid to evict, okay? When we have people who, residents who don't toe the line and do what's required as part of our rules and regulations, we ask them to leave, because the key is keeping the residents within the rules and regulations. And we understand that process. We're very good at it. And it's the key to the success of this development or any development.
That's why I was asking, because I know being a faith-based project is going to be a little bit higher standards as far as what you look for in the future for residents. I know that's something in the past when we deal with mixed use with residential, that's a concern. Right. And that's why I wanted to bring that out publicly. So you could say
the diocese understands the importance of management. So instead of them trying to do it themselves, because they're right there, and hire a manager and hope everything goes okay, they hire a company like ours that has been in business for 45 years. We're approved by the state of Florida. We're approved by all of our lenders, which is a fairly rigorous process of getting them to say, yeah, this is a good management company. We'll finance a development as long as we know that they're managing.
Thank you.
Any further questions, commissioners, at this time? Okay, I see no further questions. At this time, we'll move to the participants of record. So again, just like we've been doing, I'll go ahead and call the participant, and then once they come up to the podium to speak, I'll also call the next person's name. If the person who is on deck and next to speak could go stand by the doors in the back of the room so that when I call you up, it's a quicker trip to come on up. That would help make things more expeditious. So I'll go ahead and begin with Ingrid Almonte. Ingrid Almonte, are you here? Okay, good deal. And then after Ingrid will be Tammy Calhoun. Tammy, are you here? If Tammy's not here, it'll be Karen Coulter. Good morning.
Good morning.
And Mickey, if you'll go ahead and get the timer ready. Thank you. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for having me, Mike, Cecil, Brian, Ray, and Kevin. My name is Ingrid Almonte. I'm a resident at Oakwood, and you have heard everything that we are trying to oppose. I moved into Oakwood about 12 years ago, and it's a beautiful neighborhood. I don't know if it's still a very desirable neighborhood in Lehigh. Don't know which of you has gone to Lehigh and actually gone to this specific area. Our community is based on 144 homes, which is probably about 60 acres or so. I don't know if that's correct. And what they're trying to do is take 60 acres and smush it into 9 acres. I actually live where in the back of my home, I sit and I relax, be there with my family, so I can see where this is gonna be erected, if it happens. My concern is crime, traffic, accidents, people walking into our community park. If you look at that rendering, it doesn't really show you that when you're walking straight out of St. Raphael's Church, they're gonna make a walkway that walks directly into our park. We have a very nice volleyball court. We have a small children's section, a playground, just for our residents. It's not for anybody else. And I'm afraid that my children will be there and people are just gonna walk by. I mean, we have people who already walk by out of Lee Boulevard. We only have a traffic sign on Lee Boulevard and Bella, which is chaos. On Tuesday, currently, they have the pantry at St. Raphael's, and I would love for you guys to go take a look and just stand there, or maybe go across the street and see what the traffic is like. It's ridiculous for a good 2 to 3 hours, especially in the morning. We have the school buses that stop on what we call, it's Connie Avenue North, and we have no space there. So you have school buses going this way and that way. It's ridiculous. So traffic is my biggest concern. Crime is my other concern, people walking into our neighborhood. This was designed to be a single family. I think it should stay as a single family zone. I don't see the reason why this has to go up. I understand the affordable housing, but it just doesn't fit. It doesn't fit in that area. I really beg of you guys to please do not pass this. I know there's only certain decisions that you can make, but if you can hold on to this and go yourselves and take a look at that specific area, you'll see what I'm talking about. There's only one traffic light, and nobody talked about the specifics on traffic and the studies they made, which they presented before and they don't make sense. There's a lot of accidents that have happened there that haven't been reported. We did go back, part of the community, and they took a look at what traffic accidents happen. They have not been reported, some of them, so there's just a lot that's not there. I know I have limited time. Henry, who is our president from our association in Oakwood, just wrote to me, and I just want to read out what he has to say because he couldn't be here today. The developer has spent too much money to see this happen. The county stands to make a lot of money in tax revenue.
I don't know if, was Henry one of the participants?
Yes,
Leno?
he was.
Okay, so Michael, is she allowed to read a letter on his behalf because he is one of the participants of record?
No, she's not.
I'm not.
She's limited to her testimony, and the fact that he's not here, she cannot present his testimony.
Is that because in the code it says like he could hire an attorney to come and present for him, but?
Correct. Only legal counsel can represent individuals that participated for the hearing examiner but aren't here to participate today.
Right. I'm not presenting in his behalf. I just am saying within my testimony, I would like to read what he wrote to me. I don't know if that's
not permissible?
That's not permitted.
Okay.
I apologize.
No, that's not a problem. So I just hope, and I'm here just to say, please take a look at it, hold on to this. It should not be a multifamily. It should stay. and there's only one entrance, St. Raphael entrance, for them to go in. They have to go into the St. Raphael parking lot. The egress and ingress that's in the back part of the property that they showed, there's multiple homes that are there. And, you know, as much as they say that there's a gate that's going to be on there, I'm sure people are going to go in and out. I've seen it in other communities. So please, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your comments this morning. All right, Tammy Calhoun. Okay, Tammy's not here then. Karen Coulter, followed by Kevin Coulter.
Thank you. I am Karen Coulter. I didn't come here prepared to talk, but after listening to everything, I wrote down some quick notes. There is still the issue of traffic, as Ingrid did speak on. This is only a short distance from Lee Boulevard to 5th on Bella. On Tuesdays, you can hardly get in and out because the food pantry is there, right at the entrance to where they're going to put their exit entrance into this complex. We have approached them saying, make it on the other side. They won't do that. Lee Boulevard in this area is used as a speed track. They race constantly. I live 3 roads back, and I can hear the racing with every day, every single day. Not only is it a racetrack on Lee, they have started to use Elaine and Connie as racetracks. There are stop signs. Do they stop? No. That's not on us. I mean, this is the only way to get back to these back properties that are already in existence. They talked about only a 20% increase on cars, on traffic. You can't tell me that these 3-bedroom homes don't have at least 2 teenagers with a car. That's 4 cars. That's an increase. That is a big increase. I would bet to say that 90% of those will have more than 2 cars. Teenagers are apt to speed. It's just a known fact. This morning, there was an accident at Sunshine and Lee Boulevard. If you are going on Lee Boulevard, 5th Street is that is where they route these people through. There are canals everywhere. Our neighborhood is where they reroute all this traffic when there is accidents. I literally sat one day, I had to go down 5 streets to get on Lee Boulevard because of the traffic from another accident. This is not the place to put that. I don't think a single one of us in this neighborhood is disputing the need for this housing. Not one of us. But this is not the area because it is already extremely congested from single-family homes back behind us, or the speeding, or anything else. Like Ingrid said, the buses. We have a severe curve in our neighborhood. You can't get 2 cars around this neighborhood comfortably. And if you've got someone coming that is speeding, you might as well stop or run into someone's yard. I was ran off the road there. This is not the area. It is too congested. There is not enough studies on the traffic. Not any studies, to my knowledge, have been done. The amount of cars that come through this neighborhood and this area alone. The church has services every single day. There's probably 50, 60 cars in there on any day. Now you're adding this, it doesn't weigh out. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Coulter. Kevin Coulter, followed by Anna Maria Dickens. And if Anna Maria is not here, then Robert Dickens would go after her?
Good morning, thank you, and I'm not an attorney. Just
Okay.
a little humor there. I'd like to start off thanking the hearing officer, or the lady over here to my right. She actually came to the neighborhood, and she observed the things that my wife was talking about, the traffic mess. You say there's no increase in crime. Crime is already there. We don't have enough sheriff staff to cover our neighborhood, Lee Boulevard, anywhere. So you're taking a little square, and like I quoted my mother, you're taking 10 pounds of sugar and putting in a 5-pound bag that doesn't have an opening. There's no frontal access. There's inadequate access. Our HOA is going to be affected. Our costs are going to go up because we're going to have to have additional maintenance into our properties. And I'll just be right up front with you. I'm leaving Florida. I'm leaving Lehigh because of this. You take things and you stick them in with no access. You say you have a hospital right around the corner. I took my wife there with a kidney stone, and we waited half a day. We talked to some other people there. They'd been there a day. You don't have all these things you state you have. The bus routes, I don't think they're there. I think you need to put this back and do a traffic study that makes sense. And so it's, you've got a problem in Lehigh and you've got a problem in Florida. Insurance is another thing, and you're going to stick another problem inside our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter. Anna Maria Dickens? Anna Maria Dickens? How about Robert Dickens? Robert Dickens? How about Dennis Gregory? Dennis Gregory, are you here? John Hemphill, are you here? John? Okay, good deal. After John will be Kathy Ladwig.
Thank you, Commissioners, for hearing us today.
Good morning.
My name is John Hemphill. When you buy a house, you usually check the area out. You see there's vacant land, you want to know what the land is. Well, it's zoned residential. Great, let's move there. And now they want to change. We all moved there for reasons, and now we're moving out for reasons. This is not Florida living, it's not living, period. If you notice in the presentations that they handed you, they said there's a canal that's 100 feet wide, it's 30 feet wide, okay? They stated Bella is 200 feet long, 8 cars can fit at that red light. That is not 200 feet. So if they're pulling this with all their paperwork, what else are they not showing us? The traffic studies they did on Lee Boulevard, that's it. They said, we'll do the traffic studies inside after it's approved. How can you approve something without the proper studies? I just, it's a big cluster, and you know what the second word is. And that's what I feel this planning all is. They just throw this out there, and then as we brought things up, they told us, okay, we'll take care of that, we'll take care of that. But there's other things there that they don't take care of. They're not telling the truth. And traffic, we're not a gated community, so we have traffic from 12th Street, 25th Street, all the way back to 12th Street, 25th Street. So all that traffic is coming through our neighborhood also. And there's hundreds and hundreds of empty lots back there that are going to be coming through our neighborhood. So we're not just talking about right there, we're talking about everywhere. So we're going to be loading this on top of that, which does not make sense to me. They say there's only going to be, when we talked about buses, they said there's only going to be approximately 8 students from that whole unit catching a bus in the morning. 120 units, 8 students? I don't see that. And they're talking about low-income housing. Is low-income housing from nothing to something, or is it from here to there, from $30,000 to $50,000, or is it from people that make nothing? They can move in there also. They say low income. They don't specify what low income they're talking about. The one gentleman did say for police officers, for people that's when you first start your job, you're not at the top salary, you don't make a lot of money. I understand that. But low income does not say you can live here, but you can't live here. So they're opening it up to everyone. Well, she already talked about the traffic. 120 units, they say that's only going to be 20% of the traffic that's coming out of there. That's not 20% of the traffic. Like she said, three cars per unit, or just say 2 cars per unit, 120 units, that's 240 cars coming out of that development. And I tried to leave the other day to go to my doctor's appointment, turned left on 5th Street, it's like, turned around, went back down, cut down on Lee Boulevard, went down, made a U-turn because you can't get out. Eight cars at a red light, and a red light can only get through 4 or 5 cars. So the studies they have done have not been completed. They're not substantial. They should, any studies that should be done before it's approved. We'll do traffic studies after it's approved. No, that should not be. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathy Ladwig. And after Kathy would be Henry Leno, but we heard he's not going to be able to be here today, right? Henry's not here? Okay, I don't see Henry. So after Kathy would be Michelle Matin Kovacs. Good morning.
Good morning. How is everybody today? I'm so glad that we're allowed to speak in front of you guys again because of the county rules and laws, correct? I want you to understand that there's many of us that are totally against the rezoning. I was part of going out and getting signatures, and I believe that's part of records of all the signatures that in the area that we had received, that people that do not want this. And I was also part of trying to get notifications out to all residents for this meeting. Because of the timing, it was very difficult for a lot of them, because we're all working. Not me anymore, thank God. But most of our neighborhood is working. We work very hard. We've worked very hard to get our housing and to buy houses in this area. I'm not saying that we do not need affordable housing in Lee County, which we do. It's not the right area where they are proposing this. We're in they say there's going to be job opportunities, the hospital, things like this. Not that many for a 120 unit apartment. The city has building codes and variances and setbacks that are standard and are supposed to be followed. We've had to make concessions for them to allow this apartment to go through with it. There's one that they had to, went from like 30 down to 10. If you also notice on the drawing, look how close those apartments are to that canal. If I had kids that wanted to go outside and play, do you think I'm going to let them go near that canal with alligators in it? No way. And I think there was just not too long ago, a kid did drown in a holding pond or in a canal. So, you know, look at that before you approve this. On the arrow on Bella, there is none. So that's why you could have 8 cars sitting there and you're still not going to be able to turn, because it's one lane, you have to turn left or right, and you have to wait for Walmart to either use their arrow or not to come straight or turn left or right. They don't do that. The other thing I wanted to address is the emergency access. You cannot get a fire truck to turn and make that turn coming out of that access. Fire trucks are too big. Our roads are too narrow. You could barely, you know, most of these streets, you barely get 2 cars across. You want a big fire truck to be able to turn, they're not going to be able to do that. And I think it's even going to be hard for ambulances too, because even the dump trucks, most of the time when they have to go to a one-way street, they back up through it and then come back out. I just heard something today, and I'm not sure if I totally heard it right, but they were saying that the Diocese of Venice owns like 120,000 units. But did they say they manage 120 units? But who manages the rest? A different company? Or, I wasn't real sure on that, but if you want to look at that, you know, maybe I'm wrong. But that does that make sense? If they own 120,000 units, but they only manage 120? I might have not heard that right, but that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. When it concerns to be a background checks, we are an HOA. When we moved in there, we had to get a background check. Everybody that moves in there has to get a background check. We also have the issue right now where there's people there that did not have a background check. In fact, the people across the street from me, there's like 8 cars there. None of them, and I think the only person that maybe had a background check is the one that's actually renting it. The other 10 people that you see coming in and out of that, you know they don't. There's also quite a bit of horrible crime that goes on in our little park that they're not from our neighborhood. There's drug deals going on and there's prostitution.
Thank you for your time and your comments today. At this time, I'll go ahead and call Michelle Matin Kovacs. Michelle, are you here? Okay. Chris Parker? Chris Parker? Okay. Oh, here it comes. Yes, sir, Commissioner
Can I
Pendergrass.
ask a question quick? Could we have the county attorney just give us a 10-second summary of what we're doing here? This is how to help everybody out this here. I've heard a lot of comments about traffic and things we're not voting on today. I'm trying to help the speakers out for other cases here too. So county attorney, if you could just give the audience a little background that we're voting on the change of the use of the property and the zoning, but we don't vote down or approve traffic or conditions or canals. That's not part of our zoning case, and we can't deny anything for that reason. Just trying to help the audience out here a little bit, let you know how this operates. We actually do not, that's through the development stages with traffic, turn lanes, all that stuff. We only approving either the use of the property or not using the property, period. And also what the state did to us in 2011, please.
That's correct. The case before you is evaluating the impacts of the proposed changes. As we've heard earlier, that the proposed change from the current RS1 zoning to the proposal would actually reduce the traffic from the proposed site for about 20%. The additional issues with regards to traffic from other residents and things that are going on right now are not part of this application. The Board of County Commissioners is not permitted to deny a case simply because of traffic and the creation of additional traffic. And ultimately, when it comes to, like the last speaker indicated, the turn lanes that are needed for the emergency access point for the fire trucks or EMS or whatever will be addressed at the development order stage, where county staff will evaluate the turning radiuses and determine what types of roads are necessary and turning lanes are necessary. That's not at this stage.
So even if that a 200% increase in traffic due to the state rules change in 2011, we still cannot deny or rule on that based upon that, right?
The creation of traffic alone is not sufficient. The concurrency changes that were in place, concurrency used to be a mechanism where development could not be approved if certain roadway conditions were not met. That is no longer the case in Lee County.
Thank you. Just want to just give the speakers a little background just so they know what we can and cannot do here today. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, for that latitude.
Commissioner Pendergrass. Yeah, you know, real quick, one last thing. Mr. Jacob, do you have a moment?
Yeah.
So I think just to kind of summarize what you were asking too. So basically this is a hearing where we review the hearing examiner's recommendation. And in order to go against that recommendation or overturn that recommendation, we need to have competent, substantial evidence. It's not just a feeling that we didn't like it, but it's actually got to be competent, substantial evidence. Could you give me some practical examples of what is competent, substantial evidence? That's the bar we've got to reach.
You're correct. The requirement for competent, substantial evidence is provided under state law, and we have for example, you have a use that's permitted under a zoning category. In order for the Board of County Commissioners to deny it, you have to come up with requirements or facts that support a denial, finding that it is inconsistent with a comprehensive plan provision or a land development code provision. So depending upon what that provision is, the competent substantial evidence needed in order to support or deny will change. For example, transportation concurrency issues are no longer relevant, but providing, let's just say that, it's not up there, but the traffic from the site, the distribution from the site goes through a neighborhood. If the transportation impact statement that was provided demonstrates that there's distribution of traffic through the neighborhood, and the county decided that as part of the Lee Plan analysis that that distribution was inconsistent with the compatibility or had a compatibility issue, then the transportation impact statement and the distribution would be competent substantial evidence that the board could use when reviewing that. It really depends on the provision you're talking about and what actually would qualify depending upon the situation.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Jacob. I'm not sure that, it is a complicated example, but basically trying to just help folks, because there are a lot of things that have been brought up today that while they are very valid, right, very valid conditions that exist in the neighborhood, they're not criteria that we can use to deny a person's ability to rezone their property. And the state has given us very strict laws to follow and a very high bar to meet in order to deny somebody that use of their property. So that's basically the point I was trying to make. So at this point, we'll not belabor it anymore. Chris Parker, and then after Chris Parker, Aristides Perez.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Chris Parker. I'm a member of the Oakwood community. I'm a member of the St. Raphael Catholic Church and obviously a member of the Diocese of Venice. I brought up the issue of the developer had said that the church was going to be involved in this. And my point was that if you only own 5 or 10% of something, you really don't have a voice. You know, the 90% left are it's going to determine what happens to the property. And my previous life, I have 20 years commercial banking experience in these kind of developments. And a lot of these are built, they're stabilized, and then they're sold. And if the church is only a 10% owner or a 5% owner, they're not going to have a voice in this. The other remaining owners can determine if the property's sold. And a lot of times when something gets sold, once it's stabilized, it's at a higher price. And that new party doesn't have the means to maintain the property and make it like they're describing, that these are long-term projects. I use the word deceptive because I think it's fairly deceptive to say that the church is going to be involved. We don't know if the church is going to be involved. We don't know if the diocese is still going to be involved. It all depends upon what happens later with the other owners. At the rebuttal, they actually rebutted the comments that I had, and they said that pretty much I had some experience in this. Well, I do have some experience in this, and they disclosed at that time that this was a tax credit deal. And the tax credits are, you get a sponsor, which is the diocese, that owns 1%. And then they sell off the tax credits for the 99%. And as I'm sure the council knows, the tax credits are bought by large corporations that need tax relief. And once they amortize off their tax credits, they want their money back, so they sell the property. And that's the deceptive part that I am upset about, because I don't think that you can say this is going to be some church-related project. You know, you could have families in there that have multiple generations living in one apartment. It does come down to management of the property. You know, at one point they were talking about, well, this land is zoned for 270 bedrooms now. Well, not 8 acres. You can't get 270 bedrooms on 8 acres. You can get maybe 100, 8 acres, you can get 3 houses per acre, 4 bedrooms per house, that's 96, So you're comparing 96 bedrooms to 200, or maybe 252, I think was their number. So, the differences between what they had said versus the reality of the situation, it's not 270 bedrooms. That's if you tear all the church buildings down and build it all in residential units. The same as the 20%, as the other speaker spoke, the 20%, you can't have that many cars and only increase 20%. You know, there's only 141 residents in our neighborhood. So we'd have 280 cars potentially moving about. This is going to have 240 cars moving about, doubling the amount of cars on these same roads, all the comments that you heard, and I know what you're saying, you can't deny it just because of the traffic, but you can deny it in the fact that, you know, this was always RS1, and it was, our development was planned for that to remain as a, you know, a residential one zone. And, you know, we've all made our properties such that we thought that's what that was going to be. And it's just, I respectfully ask you to reconsider this, send it back to the staff. You know, I think the staff has been deceived as well with some of these comments that have been made back and forth, and there should be more studies done, especially the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Aristides Perez, and then Blanca Iris Perez will be after.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Thank you all for listening to us and our grievances for this. Besides that, we also face a little problem of narrow roads to accommodate the bigger vehicles and the influx of traffic. That would be one. We also have the transportation issue that they claim that we have a bus. The bus runs every half an hour. If it breaks down, it's every hour. So there really isn't a transportation to accommodate this other families, this other influx of families. And when you say Oakwood, we also have to take in consideration that it's not just Oakwood in the surrounding area. Like the other gentleman said, it goes as far back as 25th Street or as far back as Sunshine that comes around the whole neighborhood. And all these people still have to use Connie to get to 5th Street to get out through Bella. That's the only way they can make a left turn going east on Lee Boulevard. Besides that, I'm also concerned about the Section 8 residents that will be moving into these facilities. I know by law that they have to have subsidized housing for Section 8. I know because I come from that area. And whenever you have Section 8 come in, that deteriorates the whole family structure, because I'm not saying that everybody's bad or everybody's good, but one bad apple just ruins the whole little section there. You got 90 families, so 135 families that they're asking for. And that's going to be a problem, because once the regular residents see that they are not getting what they want and the services they are needed and the ones that they were told they were going to have, all these other apartments will be Section 8. We also have a little issue of water pressure. As it stands now, we lose pressure in the morning. You put 135 families pulling on this water pressure, that means the whole water pressure will go down in the area. Okay. And that would be all. Thank you very much. I bow down to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Blanca Iris Perez, and then after her will be James Prop. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners.
My name is Blanca Perez. I live in the Oakwood community for 20 years with my husband Aristides, and our son now, who is handicapped, lives with us. Our son, I didn't want to speak about the traffic anymore because it's been said all about the traffic, but our son was struck by a car. Our handicapped son was struck by a car on Lee Boulevard and Bella Court, which is where this traffic from this community will be coming out from, to go to Lee Boulevard. Even though we live on 5th Street West, there's a lot of traffic there since they opened up 5th Street West to go all the way to Sunshine. So that's a racetrack there, as well as on Lee Boulevard. I just wanted to bring that up because I know it's going to bring more traffic, more people bring more traffic, of course, as mentioned. I'm concerned because this company is painting such a pretty picture, but it's not reality. Excuse me. We live there. We wish that you would go there, such as this young lady did, and look at the community. Also look at the property. The property looks about this small in order to hold 120 units or 135 units. It doesn't seem realistic. It really doesn't. We'd like to keep our community as it is. That's what we paid for. That's why we moved there. That's what we paid for, the HOA. I believe it's going to change, and I believe it's going to drive a lot of us out of the area, and if not, also out of Florida, which is not good for, I mean, we love Lee County, that's why we moved here, and we love Lehigh, that's why we moved here, and the Oakwood community. This has become a topsy-turvy for us. Do we stay, do we go, what's gonna happen? But if it goes through, we know we're gonna be leaving, and other neighbors as well, unfortunately. After being there 20 years. I believe there weren't enough studies about the traffic, 20%, that's a lot of B. There's no way, it's impossible. As my husband and as others have stated, you know, we're concerned about crime going up. There's crime everywhere, I know this, we know this, but the less crime, the better. The less people, the better, you know. The low income, we understand about that. Housing, of course, is necessary. It's necessary everywhere, and after these storms, even all the more so. But once again, I believe that it shouldn't be there. It looks too small to accommodate so much, so many. So I thank you all for your time. I hope that you review and take this into consideration, what we're saying. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. James Prop. James Prop, are you here? How about Bonnie Rogers? Bonnie Rogers? Okay, how about Andrew David Schlaline? Schlaline? No? Okay, Andrew David's not here. Daniel Shoemaker. Daniel Shoemaker, are you here? Okay. Victor Seifert? Victor Seifert? Angel Vargas. Angel, are you here? Angel Vargas? Okay, and Miguel Vargas. Okay, so that concludes the participants of record. At this time, we'll ask the applicant to come and address the concerns that were raised by the commenters.
Thank you, Chairman. And Commissioners, once again, for the record, Richard Aiken, again, on behalf of the applicant. I think we addressed many of those concerns in our primary presentation in chief. We took efforts to do that because we knew we were going to get them, but let me walk through a few specific ones. First of all, there was a lot of discussion about the need for more traffic studies, and I think there's some confusion among the public about the traffic studies. The issue is really this: a TIS is required to be submitted as part of this application. That was done, okay? The TIS was submitted. It was done by Ted Treesh, who's our traffic engineer. He's here if you have questions of him. The bottom line is that that was actually done based on 135 units, because at the time of the initial application, we were seeking 135. We reduced that request. So the worst case scenario by the traffic study is actually more traffic than what would be generated by the request as it sits before you today. As you understand, we reduced that number. It also did not evaluate, it's also assumed that all of the trips would go out the front entrance instead of the back entrance that we've now closed. So there's already been a traffic study that's evaluated all this. I think some of that confusion comes from the discussion of, at the time of development order, there are further turn lane analysis, intersection analysis that need to be done. So there are further analysis at those times, but the traffic study's already been done, that's already been presented, that's in the record, that was in the record before the hearing examiner. So I wanted to be clear about that. As I said, that conclusion was that the traffic that would be generated by this request is 20% less than if you put the residential single-family that's already permitted by right. You could have 90 residential single-family units on these 9 acres by right under the future land use. And so the bottom line is that the conclusion is, supported by staff and as concluded by the hearing examiner's recommendation, 20% less traffic. There was a discussion a little bit about the affordable housing. There were questions about, well, what is affordable, all right? So that means, in this case, for this project, 30 to 60% of AMI, all right? That's what this will be. They have to be income certified in order to qualify for this housing, all right? Income certified through the state. So I also want to make a distinction. This is not Section 8 housing, it's affordable housing. Section 8 housing is a different thing. The gentleman who came up and talked at length about the diocese and minority ownership, and they can just sell it off, and that's how these things work. I want to go back, and we did discuss that. Mr. Miller discussed it briefly, but I want to say once again, the diocese is the general partner here. They own the majority of this project, okay? The diocese has been doing this for 40 years. They've got 809 existing units like this. They haven't sold any of them to date, all right, over a 40-year period. They're required, I believe, for 15 years to hold on to it, all right? So for 15 years, they can't do anything with it. But the history that we have here is that the diocese hasn't ever divested itself of any of these types of units. They're in this business because it is part of their mission as being the Catholic Church, all right? And so they will remain as part of this project. There was the discussion about how many the diocese owns and how many the diocese manages. Once again, the diocese owns 809. All of them are managed by National Development, okay? So National Development is the manager of these units. And as we also discussed earlier, when it comes to the crime, there is a significant amount of background checks that go into ensuring that the types of individuals that will reside here are the types of individuals who will not create crime and problems in the community. And if they are problem individuals, they're taken out, all right? These are just members of our community like any others. They just happen to be members of our community who make a little bit less at this point in their lives. So those are the sort of highlights of some of the issues raised by the public. Are there any other specific questions about those?
Commissioners, what questions do you have for the applicant at this time? Anybody?
You're pretty thorough. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Aiken.
Thank you.
All right. At this time, then, we'll come back to the board. Would somebody like to make a motion, or is there any discussion?
I move the item for approval.
Okay. Motion for approval from Commissioner Pendergrass. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Commissioner Greenwell.
Can I make a statement?
Yes, sir, Commissioner.
I think everyone here understands that sometimes it's very tough to be a commissioner in these positions. No one wants lower income housing in their neighborhood. We all understand that. We all know we need that, though. So we're put in positions sometimes where we have to make tough decisions. And I feel bad for the neighborhood, but we know we need this. I do think they are an organization that's going to do the right thing. I do believe that, and that's what made me vote that way. I could say no, but legally I can't say no. So I think we're all in a position, we feel you, we understand you, we hear you, but unfortunately, it's the job we have to do sometimes, and that's what we're doing today.
Okay, very good. Commissioners, Commissioner Sandelli?
I don't think there's been anything that's frustrated me more in looking at the growth and how we accommodate that in Lee County. The fact of the matter is, we do need it. And when you get down to affordable housing, it gets interpreted different ways. And I think sometimes that's unfair. We talk about people that need for affordable housing. We're talking about our health and our EMS people, our school teachers. You know, people have a tendency to categorize people in certain ways. These are people that are keeping us afloat every day by serving the industries that we have. And so I have to always think about what the affordability factor means in the interpretation of that. So it's tough to do, but we have the need for it.
If I could segue a little bit off what Commissioner Greenwell said, I understand the people's concerns. Again, we try to illustrate that earlier about the traffic concerns. Know the area, been there for the pantry days, been there before, deal with the traffic, even across the street coming to Walmart, even Wendy's. Understand the traffic, but that's something done in the development stages. That's something that our Lee County DOT will work with their staff and is doing the development stages to try to rectify that. They will have to pay for improvements for any traffic they do there. But if I had a choice, if I had lived in the neighborhood next door, would you rather have this project there and manage this way, or would you have a regular company come in and manage like the ones you see like in the city of Fort Myers, somewhere where there's hands off, they're managed by somebody out of state with no faith-based conclusions done with the who lives there and what's going on. So you think about what's worse, what would you rather have? Would you rather have this? Would you have another project? Because they will do something with this property. I think the gentleman spoke earlier who's a member of the church. If this church doesn't stay afloat, one day you will see this. We saw this happen at the beach this year with the hurricane. One of the churches sold their property off to a developer, and it could be something else 2 years from now. So you never know. You want to keep that church open and with this management there in place, so you will have some type of control of who lives there, though. So this is a better option than what you could see down the future. But like Commissioner Greenwell said, we cannot legally deny this based upon the evidence we heard today, and that's the position we're in now.
Commissioner Sandelli.
As we read through all these briefs that we have, there was something that really did struck me. I did underline it. It said the hearings covered 2 days with the applicant making significant modifications to address the neighborhood concerns. I think anytime you go through this, you know, you're looking for people that will, number one, listen, and people that will address the concerns. Doesn't mean you're going to satisfy all those, but they took the time over 2 days to do this and to address specifically the concerns. So I just wanted to add that.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further comments or discussion then? All right, seeing no further discussion, are there any objections to the motion? Okay, I see no objections, so the motion carries unanimously. All right, before we jump into the next case, I'd like to request a 10-minute recess. Let's reconvene rather at 11:15. Order.
Mickey put another one for Lisa, the fundraiser for SCCF.
Okay.
She put a card up there.
Good deal. All right, I'd like to call the meeting back to order. The next case is a comprehensive plan amendment. This one will be open to the public for comments. I'd like to ask our staff to introduce the item.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brandon Dunn with the Planning Section, here today to talk about Building Height and Resiliency Amendment, CPA 23-00004. This is a publicly initiated text amendment. The Board directed staff on January 17th to identify regulatory constraints that may hinder redevelopment to accommodate resiliency. Staff reviewed the entire LEED plan and found that Goal 23 and Policy 23.2.3 created potential barriers. Amendments are proposed to remove language that could prevent redevelopment of existing structures from meeting required flood elevations with the same amount of usable space previously allowed. The first, Goal 23 was the first area we identified that needs to be amended. Goal 23 could be interpreted as a limit of development to 1 or 2 stories. As was also a concern in the LDC amendments that were discussed yesterday, the term stories is undefined and does not specify if this is intended to be habitable floors or inclusive of stories that are both above and below minimum flood elevations. It should also be noted that you cannot get variances from the LEED plan. On the right are 2 examples of existing structures on Captiva, both within South Seas and outside of South Seas that exceed 2 stories. The next area that we identified need to be amended is Policy 23.2.3. Staff is recommending deleting the specific date included in this policy as it does not allow adjustment to those regulations that are tied to a maximum height above a fixed point. Sea level, for example, our current elevations are tied to. The current versions of both Goal 23 and Policy 23.2.3 are relatively new and were adopted in 2018. Consistent with Policy 5.1.2, the proposed amendments allow owners to adjust the design and structures accordingly to avoid potential hazards. The intent of the Captiva plan to retain low-density historic community will remain in the proposed amendments consistent with Goal 23. Objective 23.2, as well as its supporting policies, 23.2.4 and 23.2.5, will continue to protect and enhance existing land use patterns on Captiva. Also consistent with Goal 72, or Objective 72.2, the amendments allow the county to maintain regulations that reduce vulnerability and threats from natural hazards. As previously stated, staff has reviewed the entire LEED plan to identify the provisions that would hinder redevelopment at current flood elevations. The proposed amendments remove ambiguous language that could prevent the rebuilding of existing structures to meet flood standards. The proposed will not change the density or allowable uses within the Captiva community plan area. The proposed language removes potential inconsistencies between Goal 23, Policy 5.1.2, Policy 23.2.3, and Objective 72.2. Staff recommends that the Board and County Commissioners transmit the amendments as proposed in Attachment 1. And we are available for any questions.
Commissioners, what questions do you have at this time? Any? Commissioner Pendergrass?
Thank you for the information. I don't know if you've done research across the state. I've noticed in some parts of the state, and I've noticed when some of our FACT conferences in the past years too, and I'm going to a conference later this month on resiliency, that this is being done across the state in a lot of areas to recognize the sea level rising. So areas like Dade County and the eastern part of Florida, has your staff looked at any about other counties, what they're doing in attempts to, because of sea level rising and other factors or climate change, that they're doing this also for that reason?
We did not look at those specifically for this, although just knowing how FEMA maps kind of get rolled out, they tend to get rolled out, section or area at a time. It could be an entire state or a portion of a state. So I am assuming that these other communities that you're referencing are reacting to the changes in the FEMA maps.
If they're taking that seriously, they're actually taking actions to resolve that. They're trying to take actions for future development for that, if they actually do recognize that. If they don't, then they choose not to. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for our staff at this time? Okay. If there are no further questions, then we'll go into public comment on this item. This one, as I mentioned, is a comprehensive plan amendment, so it's open to the public. I have a card from Marcia Ellis, followed by Serge Thomas.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Marcia Ellis, on the record. I was here yesterday and I spoke about my concerns regarding the land code being a new means to come in and change the Lee plan, and then that sort of creating an air of acceptability for the developments that follow. So the training of actions is of concerning to me. One day we look at the land code, the next day we're back here pushing forth a comprehensive plan amendment, and then sometimes we could anticipate perhaps that comprehensive plan amendment rolling back through with a zoning action in pretty quick order. And I don't really think the public interest is represented by these processes. By honoring the community desires as expressed through their community plan, and respecting the fact that no one wants to prevent South Seas from rebuilding. They are just asking that the community character and the community standards be preserved, and that issues of increasing density, which could be an effect of a future zoning action, aren't veiled through administrative actions like land code changes, comprehensive plan changes, and then rolling into a zoning action. It creates a sense of disingenuous representation by the staff and by Lee government when that happens. And we know that 13,000 people have signed a petition with concern about the carrying capacity, legitimate concern about the carrying capacity of the barrier islands, recognizing how they change in response to storms and how fragile those ecosystems are, wanting to continue their way of life there, but live in harmony with the constraints that Mother Nature has put on that community and that wise stewards in the past have put into their community plan. I just ask that we respect the heritage of Captiva, and that we are vigilant about means that are going to erode this this heritage that's drawn many people to this community. Let's get honest. Our community cannot bear the carrying capacity that's being thrust upon it. And really, Captiva and these issues is just the canary in the coal mine. How much can our county bear? How much can our region bear? How many more algal blooms that completely wipe out another season of tourism do we need to experience? How much more surge needs to wash across these shores for us to get honest about the amount of growth that this region can take? So I've heard and I see coastal hazard zones still being brought forward for development. And instead of pulling off on the gas pedal, I see full tilt go towards multi-res, putting people in these dangerous locations and densities increases. I'm so glad the people of Captiva have turned out to be engaged with their government. I wish it wasn't this difficult. I wish there weren't these many barriers that prevent us from having the honest, very difficult conversations that we need to have about the future of our community and what our community can bear. Thank you.
Next speaker is Serge Thomas.
I will waive my comment.
Okay. Next speaker is David Mintz, followed by James Evans.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
I'm David Mintz. I'm the Vice President of the Captiva Community Panel. I'm here to place our objection on the record to these two plan amendments. The two amendments taken together eliminate any height limitations on Captiva from the Lee plan. Just eliminates them. The first one eliminates development standards of 1- and 2-story building heights from Goal 23. The staff rationale was that it's not clear if the 2 floors include or don't include the space below the first habitable floor. So they wanted to clarify that. But that's easy to clarify. Since 2012, it was always 2 floors above base flood elevation. And if that's the concern, you can still keep the goal as 1- and 2-story homes, but just make it clear it's 1 and 2 stories above base flood elevation. You don't have to eliminate the goal, but that's what you're doing. The second is they're removing the reference to existing building heights, which was 28 feet above base flood elevation. That was in the plan. That's just being eliminated by the Second Amendment here. And the reason is it prevents residents and business owners who had structures damaged by Hurricane Ian from rebuilding within federal and state flood regulations while maintaining previously approved living space. That's just not true. The Captiva Code was 28 feet above base flood elevation, and you were able to incorporate the rising and increasing base flood elevation necessary from floods, hurricanes, or rising sea level. So that's just incorrect rationale for making this change. The third thing I just want to say is that the amendments are made without any supporting data or analysis that supports the removal of these height limitations from Captiva or their impact on infrastructure, water, septic, sewer systems, hurricane evacuation, or the environment. And it also will potentially increase the population within the coastal high hazard area, and there's been no review as to whether that affects compliance with a hurricane evacuation level of service. So these are really problematic changes that are major, and for the record, I've been advised that these are violations of the Community Planning Act, and we just ask that they be rejected at this time and be rethought through. I understand these were necessary in the view of the county staff to be consistent with the land development code changes that were made yesterday. I get that, but there's a way to do this in a much more efficient, better, and straightforward way. Yesterday, across the street from where I live, there was an empty lot because people took down the structure because of the 50% rule. Yesterday, they could build 2 floors above base flood elevation. After yesterday, they can build 3 floors above base flood elevation. That's what happened yesterday. And all I'm suggesting is that we have to be careful what we do with the plan here. And so I would ask that you don't approve these today and we rethink these. Thank you.
Thank you. James Evans, followed by Greg Spencer.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. I'm James Evans. I'm the CEO of the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation, and we own and manage over 2,000 acres of land in Lee County. And we're here to oppose the amendments to the Lee plan for increased building heights, and it eliminates the 3 units per acre zone or requirements at South Seas Island Resort. And we feel that this is going to have a direct impact on our island communities. And, we feel that this is going to make Lee County less resilient, not more resilient, as I stated yesterday during the Land Development Code changes. We feel it's going to have an impact on the environment. It's going to have an impact on our evacuation routes. It's going to have a direct impact and potentially jeopardize the sewer project that Captiva is working on with the City of Sanibel. And of course, we also think it's going to have a direct impact on the water quality in the region. More development means more people. More people means impact on our quality of life. And this morning's zoning hearing, I think, was really a preview of how the zoning for the South Seas Island Resort is going to go. We're going to go through the zoning process. Am I not allowed to talk about zoning?
Pause his time so he doesn't lose it, please. Thank you. I mean,
the proposed amendments aren't.
You can talk about that, right? Yeah.
I mean, you can talk about it, but
okay,
not relevant to this proceeding. But
right. Okay. Well, I'll just continue to talk. So this morning, we heard a discussion about that first zoning hearing where the commission asked the attorney whether or not, we have the legal right to vote this project down. Well, if you approve the changes today, just like you did yesterday with the Land Development Code changes, you cleared all the roadblocks so that you can sit up there and have the same conversation that we had this morning, that you will not have the legal right. And I believe the quote was competent and substantial evidence. What competent and substantial evidence would you have to vote against an increase in density at South Seas Island Resort when the zoning is before you for a vote. And I think that, that is going to be interesting to see how that all goes. But if there is no density requirements at South Seas Island Resort, I think it's going to be very difficult for you to vote against increased density. And to suggest that groups like ours are putting out misinformation, the reality is we're not putting out misinformation. We're letting the public know that there are changes to heights on Captiva that will impact the quality of life of the residents there. It will increase the number of people that can go to South Seas Island Resort and be on Captiva at any given time. So when you go through all the information that we put out, you'll see that there is not misinformation that we put out. It's accurate information because we can look forward to how the zoning process is going to go. So we would ask you, strongly urge you to vote against the changes to the Lee plan today because of the direct impact that they're going to have on our island communities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Greg Spencer, followed by Alexis Crespo.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, county residents. We do support this. We feel like the county staff has thoughtfully looked through this. It's a complicated issue. It does tie back to the fact that there's just a lot of ambiguity. There's different places in the code that reference different measurements, conforming, non-conforming, intensity, whether you have to meet new building codes, and it's confusing. And we feel like you shouldn't have to use a Ouija board to figure out what you can do. So we do support the county staff as far as making sure there's just no ambiguity and trying to conform everything. I think that's important. And, I do want to just address, everybody keeps saying that there's only 2 stories on Captiva. That's just not true. There's multiple 3-story structures. The vice president of Captiva Civic Association lives in a 3-story overparking structure. So it's just factually not true that they're all 1 and 2 stories. And we start getting into whether it's habitable or not habitable. There are 3 habitable floors in several buildings, not just 1 or 2, quite a few within Captiva. So I do feel like county staff is trying to figure out how can they level the playing field. How can they not put county staff in a position of calling balls and strikes on things based on what they interpret? So we fully support these changes. I do disagree. I think it's been very well thought out. There's been a lot of conversation on this. And I think what people need to do is they need to just let us run the process. Again, we're trying to make this a zoning process for us. We haven't submitted anything. It's incumbent upon us to make sure that we do submit a thoughtful application that is fully vetted and reviewed, and that's what we plan on doing. So we support this, and we thank the staff for working on it, and thank you for your consideration.
Okay, Alexis Crespo, followed by Hala Sandridge.
Thank you. Good morning. Alexis Crespo. I'm Vice President of Planning with RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture, representing South Seas. I'll be very brief here in support of staff's amendment and requesting you transmit this. This is consistent and companion to the LDC amendment that was approved yesterday at first reading, and certainly is critical for redevelopment of the island as well as South Seas. Thank you.
Thank you. Hala Sandridge, followed by Carrie Schumann. Good morning.
Thank you, Commissioners. I will be brief. Hala Sandridge, Counsel for South Seas. This is a technical amendment and transmittal to the state, along with your passage yesterday of the LDC amendments. The text amendment, among other things, permits consistency on building heights and other matters throughout the comp plan. It does not grant any specific property the right to build to any particular height or increase density or intensity. So for those reasons and those discussed yesterday, South Seas asks that you pass this text amendment on the comp plan amendment and transmit it to the state. Thank you.
Carrie Schumann, followed by Lisa Reardon.
Good morning, Commissioners. So again, as I introduced myself yesterday, I'm the Coastal Resilience Manager at SCCF. My name is Carrie Schumann. So I'm going to keep my comments fairly brief today and reference the content in the comments I gave yesterday in response to the related changes in the Land Development Code. I do just want to reiterate that, I think some of the, the response has been because these changes aren't just about elevation, which I think is what is being explored by other communities, but there are these pathways to increasing the total height of these buildings to add to, pathways to more habitable floors and potentially to future density changes. And I do want to take a moment to just reiterate the process aspect. In my capacity, especially in the last year since the hurricane, I've worked with lots of partners and community members across both islands. They're not resistant to thinking about change. They're having robust conversations about what those changes would look like across both islands. But the communities really want to be involved in making decisions about solutions that are right for these island communities and are in line with the Sanibel Plan, the intent of the Captiva Community Plan, and about what trade-offs are acceptable to the community as a whole. And I really feel that the process as it's playing out right now is really bypassing that. So I just really want to go on the record again as stating my opposition to these proposed changes.
Thank you for your comments. Lisa Reardon, followed by Neil Montgomery.
Good morning, Commissioners. Lisa Reardon, Captiva Civic Association. I want to begin by addressing some misinformation you were just given by a previous speaker. The Captiva Civic Association's vice president lives on Merman Lane in Captiva in a single-family home. So I have no idea whom the person is being referenced by, Mr. Spencer. But I will say that there are homes on Captiva, both inside the gates of South Seas and outside the gates South Seas, that, yes, are higher than 2 stories. But they are all homes that were built long before the rules changed to 28 feet above above base flood elevation. So we all know that there are non-conforming buildings. You've been talking about non-conforming buildings. So I think that information just doesn't bear any weight here because I live in a home that's on the ground. I couldn't build it today, but when it was built back in 1973, it was permitted. So I think that, as I said, doesn't bear any weight here. I would also like to point out that the Captiva Civic Association goes on record as opposing the changes here. I spoke to you yesterday about the evacuation route and the amount of time it took for my neighbor to get off in what turned out to be a non-storm, but there was a threat of a surge and people were fearful and wanted to leave. That's a very serious thing, and although technically the density on South Seas doesn't change until they put in a plan, we're concerned about the number of people that could potentially be there. Additionally, yesterday in an answer to a question from one of the commissioners about whether or not heights were changed on Captiva, I believe the county attorney or deputy county attorney said that there was nothing, no heights or density had been changed. When you go outside the gates of South Seas, we had 28 feet above sea level was the height that was the maximum permitted yesterday. Today we have 35 based on your actions yesterday. I think anybody would think and agree that going from 28 to 35 did raise the height there. You don't have to submit a plan. You don't have to go before a zoning board. You would, as the lot that Mr. Mintz spoke about, you would apply for a permit. You'd have to meet the requirements of the permit. It's a single-family lot in a single-family home neighborhood, and you would have to apply and meet the setback requirements and whatever the grading requirements would be. And if you met all those requirements, your permit would be granted. So the thought that everybody's going to have to apply for a plan or something is not accurate. You did change the heights yesterday, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly what you did. And if not, please somebody tell me that I'm not understanding it correctly. The Civic Association, as you know, has a long history in Captiva in protecting the community and the environment, and will continue to do so. We strive to get accurate information out to the community. We've done so and shared it with you, and will continue to do so as we go through any changes that are proposed in our community. I thank you for the time you've given us to express our concerns and our disagreement with you, in all honesty, and we will continue to do the work of the community. And I'm sorry that some people think that misinformation was given out, as I heard mentioned yesterday, but we have strived to make sure that the information that we've given to our community, to our neighbors, to our friends is accurate. And just want to again reiterate for the record that we stand opposed to what you're doing today, just as we did yesterday. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Neil Montgomery, and that's the last card that I have for this item. If you do want to speak on this item and haven't turned in a card, please go stand by the door, and I'll call you back. I'll call you up after Ms. Montgomery. Go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning, Neil Montgomery for the record. As the staff noticed, today's the transmittal hearing, so this is not the final adoption. It'll go up to Tallahassee, and we'll get comments from the state if they have concerns about these changes. Agree with the staff, Goal 23 needs to be changed, because what it says is the county's going to enforce development regulations that maintain 1 and 2 floors. I think there's some confusion, because at all the public information meetings and the public hearings, there's been a lot of discussion about habitable floors. That's not what the comp plan says. It says floors. And if you look at the Land Development Code and how floors and stories are defined, there's a plethora of buildings out there inside and outside the gate that are 3 or more floors or stories. So to maintain existing buildings, you need to amend that goal. And it's not just the hurricane. We ought to remember Surfside and the condo that collapsed. We know that the legislature is being more and more restrictive on how to look at older buildings. So you need the ability, depending on what the legislature is going to do, to be able to rebuild some of those buildings and maintain the height that you have. There's been some comment today and in a letter you received about data and analysis. The policy that you're changing that ties it to a fixed date, the staff did a report in 2017 regarding that. There was no data and analysis to support the fixed date. That was based on what some of the people in the community desired to see in the comp plan. So that fixed date has no data and analysis to support it. And we all know that over time, that FEMA and the federal government has changed how the height, the starting point. We talked about that yesterday with the 7 different types of starting point. But at the end of the day, we have to start where FEMA says we have to start so we can maintain flood insurance, which is important for everyone. So to be consistent with resiliency and the ability to redevelop, and to be consistent with what you did yesterday, these changes are absolutely needed to support the staff. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is that Mayor Johnson back there? Come on forward. Are there any further speakers? And if so, just please go stand by the doors and I'll call you up. Good morning, Mayor.
Chair, thank you very much, and I very much appreciate you recognizing me, even though I didn't fill out a comment card. So, Commissioners, good morning. Good to be with you again today. As we look at this, I go back to what this group has done over the years, especially in the circumstances that we face today. We had catastrophic storm last year. Got one out in the Gulf right now, or not in the Gulf, but out off the Atlantic coast that's projected to go the other way, but it could take a turn as well. So I recognize resiliency is very important here. And the city of Sanibel supports resiliency in steps that we need to take to be a more resilient community. Resiliently, that's the whole purpose of that. And we absolutely support that as well. But when we go from resiliency to density and intensity of use, I think that's where the change occurs. We 100% support resiliency. We want people. Our community and Lee County depends on these properties being redeveloped and reopened so that we can get back to the business of welcoming guests to our community. guests to Lee County to support. That's how we support ourselves. So we get that and we understand that. Being a business owner who's looking at a vacant lot right now on the corner of Periwinkle and Tarpon Bay Road, believe me, I understand that. I look forward to getting back as well. I too am going to build up and be a more resilient business so that we don't go through this again in my generation or the generation that follows me behind with my kids. But I am concerned about the density and intensity of use. And I realize that we're not speaking that today, but I would like to hear staff comment on objective 23.2 with regard to density and intensity. They made the statement that this will remain limited. I'm glad to hear that. I think it does need to remain limited. I think that's important. It defines who we are in these island communities. I'll point out that these are the two of the crown jewels of Lee County. You have a responsibility to protect the crown. You have a responsibility to protect those jewels. And I ask you to make sure that you do exactly that. We very much appreciate the help that you've given us in the recovery from Hurricane Ian. You stepped forward and you were right there. We appreciate all the help that you've given us. I'm asking you, actually, I'm going to challenge you to do that same thing again. And you've got to protect us from overdevelopment of our barrier islands. I know it's tough, and I know there's a lot of legal standing here that we have to consider. I want to make sure, though, that we do the right thing for Lee County. I do believe the right thing for Lee County is to be more resilient, and I support that 100%. The city of Sanibel supports that 100%. But I think we also have to look at our barrier islands and make sure that we're not providing additional development on those barrier islands at the risk and the cost that it bears upon Lee County. So I humbly ask for an explanation of staff after we're done about how we're going to maintain density and intensity of use in that limited fashion. And I look forward to the decisions that you all make to make sure that that happens exactly the way that they've said. Thank you very much for the recognition, Chair, and thank you very much for your time and energy you put in today.
Thank you, Mayor. Do I see another speaker? Yes. Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Hi, Commissioners. Holly Boldrin, and I'm here on behalf of South Seas and just wanted to make a correction for the sake of accuracy, which we know is so important in this case, that it was not the Vice President of the Captiva Civic Association that Mr. Spencer was referencing, but another board member, the treasurer, in terms of his home and the height. So I just want to make that clarification. Thank you.
Okay, either way, it really doesn't matter. I understand and apologize. All right, folks, does that conclude all of our speakers? Okay, I see no further speakers, so we'll move forward to board discussion at this time. Commissioners, does anybody have any comments?
I have a question for the county attorney.
Commissioner Pendergrass, you're recognized.
Michael, thank you. I understand this is a transmittal. We'll be back here again, and I look forward to coming back to the zonings and talking about this in the future too. Michael, just to clarify this, so I know we got a letter from the city of Fort Myers from one of the members of the city council there, and then obviously the city of Sanibel regarding our actions yesterday and today. So this does not, just for the people in the audience who are here for other cases or sitting home watching this, our changes does not affect the cities of Sanibel, Fort Myers, or any other, all 6 municipalities, right? They still govern and have their own authority over their zoning, correct?
They have their own comp plans and their own policies and land development codes that they can rule over.
So our changes here does not affect within their authority of their home rule of their cities, correct?
This has no impact on their home authority at all.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I understand this has been obviously a very touchy situation. Like I said yesterday, this has been 2 conversations of people are here talking. And actually, one of those conversations I heard today, I heard in my office a few weeks ago that myself and one of the county attorneys got to witness was one of the speakers talked about having a home next door torn down and be a 3-story home next to them. And my question is, why is that more intense? Well, because it's more intense. You have a family of 4 living in a 2-story house, and they rebuild, and it goes from 2-story to 3-story. Well, how is that more intense? That doesn't increase traffic, it doesn't increase sewage, it doesn't increase water usage, which, by the way, the water is at 64% usage right now in Sanibel from Captiva. But how is that more intense? And when it came down to the driving factor is they're going to add more bedrooms, which means they could turn it into a motel, a bigger motel. So 3 bedrooms is 6 bedrooms or 5 bedrooms. So it's not really about density. It's more or less about competition within what I found in the last few months of reviewing this case is it's more about competition within the current rooming houses, boarding houses, Airbnbs, what do you want to call it on Captiva, which is unfortunate because we're talking about a countywide policy and we don't get into the Airbnb rentals. So my question still back to the community is I understand you want to protect the environment, but at the end of the day, it sounds like it's more about a competition of who has more bedrooms and who can rent out more bedrooms is your neighbors. So that was witnessed by myself and the Richard West, the county attorney, but it came out to be basically they can rent more rooms out. So it's not really about density, it's about intensity of more people staying in the house, which is unfortunate, but we as county commissioners cannot govern or set policy about that. So thank you. I have no other questions.
Any further comments or questions? Okay, commissioners, does somebody wish to make a motion?
I'll move the item.
Motion for approval from Commissioner Pendergrass, second from Commissioner Sandelli.
Sure.
Commissioner Ruane, you're right.
Comments for the record, please. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. January 17th, obviously, I am the person that put the request for resiliency. I am voting no for this. Again, the uncertainty has given everybody really the anxiety. When you eliminate 1 to 2 stories, people have come to 75 feet. I don't know if that's going to be accurate or not, but 75 feet on Sanibel isn't necessarily what anyone's going to embrace. Secondarily, obviously, when you go to 23.23, again, the anxiety is the uncertainty, and certainly understand that. There was some potential situations. I'm still confused over yesterday's actions on the manner that we changed so much outside the gates of South Seas. I wish South Seas all the success in the world. I've stayed in your resort. I think it's certainly one that you do. But outside the gates, I still am not really certain how we got to where we are. And lastly, I just think through the interlocal agreements that we have with Captiva, with Sanibel, and with the county, we do rely on them a great deal. And quite frankly, although the city of Sanibel certainly has its own governance, when you ride on Sanibel Captiva Road, you don't pass and all of a sudden it says entering into Captiva. It is one road, it is maintained by Sanibel, it is certainly a byproduct of an interlocal agreement. So to say that there's not going to be some indirect effects of this would not be accurate. Again, I'm voting no because I don't like the fact that this was not rolled out properly. I've shared that with you, Mark, Mickey, and Anthony. I think we could have did a much better job rolling this out. We wouldn't have had all the public meetings. And I just find it offensive that this is from my motion to where we are today because that's not what I envisioned. And I would have loved the opportunity to have a little bit more of a fruitful conversation prior to just having the amendment. So, gentlemen, I respect each and every one of you, but I have to respectfully vote no.
Thank you. Any further comments then or discussion?
The question of the county attorney.
Commissioner Pendergrass.
Michael, there was comments earlier, public comments that said that this action takes away any density. For example, for some reason, everybody keeps focusing on the South Seas, but it's a countywide ordinance. But do they still be governed under for density, correct?
Correct. That's some of that misinformation we've been hearing so much about.
That's why I want to clarify, because when we refer to misinformation, for example, they're still governed to 3 units per acre, correct?
For the density issue, density is still controlled by the comprehensive plan. The density for South Seas is still going to be at 1 to 3 units per acre. The Captiva density is 3 units per acre. Nothing's changing with that. The height limitations, we heard it again here from one of the speakers. There's no height limitations. This is going to be removing all height limitations. We all know that's not true. The height limitations, even after yesterday for South Seas, is going to be 45 feet above base flood elevation. There's height limitations throughout our land development code and other portions of the Lee plan. The statements that this will take away all height limitations on Captiva is just absurd.
So where are they reading that at? Because I read it over and over, and I know the mayor asked.
My guess is
23.2, asking for staff explanation of that. I'm not sure how they're interpreting it. Is this their own interpretations of what that code says?
Social media. That's where they're getting it from.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Ruane, you're recognized.
So County Attorney, so you're stating on the record that no building in Captiva will be higher than 45 feet above base flood?
Unless you approve it.
But it does have the potential to go above 45 feet?
If they meet the requirements of the Land Development Code, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And the board approves it.
It would, correct. You have to approve it.
Right.
But the 75 feet, the ability to go from the 45 feet to 75 feet has very specific criteria that must be met. And I think you've even heard from counsel for South Seas that they don't even think they can meet those criteria, so, and they're not even going to ask for it, so.
Okay, good deal. Any further questions or clarification?
My last comment is just uncertainty is driving all the anxiety. That's all.
Yeah, no,
We had a plan, I think everybody would feel better.
yeah, I understand that.
Well, I just want to say, just for the record, everybody, we've been talking about this since January and probably even before that. So we've had 9 months. We extended, I think, twice. I think you were the motion maker on that. You actually extended the time. So we've had a lot of time. We've had the public meetings. We had the presentation with the workshop yesterday. So I think we've had public. Again, this is just a transmittal. We'll come back before us again. There'll be discussion in the future when it comes back from the state with the notes, and we'll continue this discussion, and then we'll probably discuss in the future zoning hearings.
Commissioner Graham.
A comment was made to me that it has to go through the process, that this should be going through the process. That's exactly what's happening. It's going through the process. I'm familiar with the process, and they will be going, if they're going to build out there, they're going to go through the process. It will come back in front of us, and we will make decisions then. So they are going through the process. So I think that's a little misinformation as well.
Thanks, Commissioner Greenwell. I think everybody's had a chance to have a couple bites at the apple on this. One thing that I just, as I think about this, and I'm supportive of the motion that's been made, but one thing that I do worry about, the people who are going to watch the news coverage tonight and hear about this hearing and how everything went, may not live in Captiva or Sanibel. They may live in Lee County, but they may not be really familiar with the codes or the comprehensive plan. And so I just want to talk to them for a second. And so let me ask our community development staff, if you live in Lee County right now, can you get a 35-foot tall home? Single-family home?
Yes.
So everywhere else in Lee County right now, you can have a home that's built 35 feet tall?
That's correct. By and large, Commissioner, every zoning district that has an established height regulation, that height regulation maximum is 35 feet.
So what we're changing today is we're going from 28 feet, which the 28 feet has only been in existence since 2012? Is that correct as well?
I believe that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so for about, 11 years. So we're just basically going to what the rest of the county, it's that 7 feet that basically then aligns with what the rest of the county has.
Correct, and in fact, the Captiva regulations before these changes were made yesterday also allow for height to be 35 feet above grade for properties that are not within a flood zone. And believe it or not, on Captiva, there are some properties that are actually outside of a flood zone.
One more question. Are you familiar with Sanibel's height? Are they allowed to go 35 feet?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, that's fine. So again, just my comments for the folks who live in, the North Fort Myers, North Cape Coral, even Lehigh Acres area, as they're starting to hear about this, nothing strange happened today. It was an adjustment from 28 feet to 35 feet that matches similar to what they have in their communities. It is 7 feet difference, and I understand that may allow some folks to go from 2 to 3 stories in that case, but I believe you can get a 3-story house in other places in Lee County, and for anybody to believe like we approved high rises on Captiva would be a false thing to believe at this point. Basically what's happening here is you can go from 28, now you can go to 35, which is what you could do throughout other portions of Lee County, Florida, for a single-family home. And so with that, I think I'll wrap up my comments, and I'll go ahead. I think everyone's had a chance to comment, so I'll call the question. Are there any objections to the motion on the floor?
Yes.
Okay, one objection. Commissioner Ruane objects, so it carries 4-1. Thank you. Okay, our next case is the Daniels Parkway South case. This is a comprehensive plan amendment. Let's have the staff introduce the item, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Here with Daniel South map and text amendments. This is CPA 2021-17 and 2021-18. Should I give it a little time?
That's fine, I think it's okay.
And just a reminder, this is an adoption hearing, so that this was transmitted previously by the Board of County Commissioners. The requested amendments include redesignating approximately 149 acres from DRGR to sub-outlying suburban. It adds 1,148 acres to Lee County Utilities, future water and future sewer service areas. It removes 515.4 acres from the private recreational facilities overlay. It amends policy 33.2.2 to allow for low-density transition between Lehigh Acres and the rural communities of the southeast Lee County. And it amends Table 1B to accommodate this residential development, the anticipated residential development, and to maintain internal consistency. The requested amendments in total will allow for a mixed-use development on approximately 1,233 acres with 1,600 dwelling units as well as commercial uses. As I said, this had already been previously transmitted. It was transmitted by the Board of County Commissioners on April 19th, earlier this year. The motion was called and passed 5-0. The previous conclusions that were made were the physical characteristics are different than other DRGR properties, and in here we're talking specifically to the 149 acres that are being changed from DRGR to sub-outlying suburban. We found that no significant impacts on present or future water resources with along with the concurrent rezoning. There are adequate public services and infrastructure to accommodate proposed development. The proposed text amendments encourage development of uses compatible with existing nearby uses. The proposed amendments to map 1F, 4A, and 4B are consistent with the Lee plan, as well as the amendments to Table 1A to maintain internal consistency. This was sent to state reviewing agencies. It was reviewed by the Florida Department of Commerce, Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Florida Department of Transportation, and the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. There were no objections concerning the proposed amendments. Staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners make a formal finding that no significant impacts on present or future water resources will result from the change of the future land use category as required by Lee Plan Policy 2.3.1. Staff also recommends that the Board of County Commissioners adopt the proposed amendments as provided in Attachment 1. We are available for questions, and the applicant is here as well.
Do we have any questions for our staff at this time? Okay, I see no questions. At this time, I'd like to call the applicant up to make a presentation. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Steve Hartzell with Pavis Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of Lennar Corporation. Our team members are with me today. As Brandon has pointed out, this was transmitted by you. It went to the state, has no objection from the state. The LPA supported this. We're prepared to make a presentation if you would like that, or we can wait until after the public has raised questions and we can respond to questions. We're open to your direction there.
Commissioners, I wanted to let you know we do have about 6 or 7 public comment cards on this item. Do you wish to see a presentation on the item? He's offering one. No?
Listen to the people.
Listen to the comments? Okay, very good. Any questions for the applicant before we go to the comments then? Okay, all right, we'll go to the public comments at this time. I'd like to call, and it's the same process as we've seen, this one is open to the public, so I'll call Kayla Gunther first, followed by John Gunther.
Hello, Kayla Gunther for the record. I'm a lifelong resident of Lee County. I've lived everywhere from Cape Coral to San Carlos Park, the villas, and now I live on Shawnee Road, just adjacent to the property in question here. I've seen the growth of our county explode in my 33 years here, but lately that growth has become a bit disturbing because we're witnessing tons of forests and wetlands just being destroyed. As you know, this land is part of the DRGR, and that's kind of the point of this. Lennar is trying to take that land out of there. Since 2015, the Commission's been very flexible with the DRGR lands in areas like Estero. Since 2015, there's been over 8,000 acres of the DRGR removed and developed. I assume that you understand that eventually you'll have to draw a line and stop developing DRGR Because although Lennar is claiming, this 149 acres, it doesn't matter, the water's still gonna be clean, it's gonna be great. But once you add up all these different pieces of the DRGR, that's not going to be true. So maybe on its own, that 149 acres isn't a big deal, but when I add it to the 8,000 other ones that have been developed, I have some serious concerns about our water quality. Since this whole kind of process started with our neighborhood in Lennar, I've had the pleasure of watching a lot of these hearings, trying to learn the process and understand where you guys are coming from. And I have noticed that you are recognizing that putting these developments next to these rural communities is having an impact on your residents, and I appreciate that. Cecil Pendergrass, one of the things that you said, you observed was that the Paseo and the Reflection Isles communities ended up being a problem in the Palomino area. They had, I think you referenced utility issues and traffic problems, and you also used the word unfortunate when describing some changes that happened in the Buckingham Preserve area. I appreciate you recognizing those challenges because these communities are coming in, these comprehensive plan amendments and changes are impacting our way of life in the rural area. I have to ask you, are you ever gonna stop developing the DRGR? Do you care about the water quality for my kids and my future grandkids? One of the other things I wanted to bring up is the purpose of a comprehensive plan is not to just change it all the time, right? It's supposed to guide us over time so we're not subject to the whims of every developer who comes in here and wants to make some money. I think when Lennar says it's not a big deal and we're still gonna preserve these wetlands on this piece of land, I think that's delusional. We're telling ourselves a tale so we can justify this development and this growth. One of the other concerns I have is about the airport noise. I think it's actually one of the things you guys were just talking about, 5.1.2, where airport noise can be a reason that this would violate the comprehensive plan. It says that I think you're not supposed to develop residential communities in an area where there's a lot of airport noise. Well, I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, in our area where this amendment is being proposed, you cannot be outside and have a plane go overhead and hear the person next to you. It is a serious obstacle. Now, when I bought out there on my 2.5 acres, I understood that that was a problem, but I have some serious concerns about other people who want to live in a more manicured area, understanding how loud that noise can be. So please consider 5.1.2. I think that this amendment violates that particular policy. And I'm asking you to vote no on this plan amendment.
Thank you for your comments today. Kayla, after Kayla is going to be John Gunther, and then after John Gunther is Antoinette Thrift. Good morning.
Well, I was going to say good morning, but at this point we've passed to good afternoon. My name is...
Good afternoon. Thank you.
My name is John Gunther. I'm a Lee County resident, and I live on Shawnee Road with my wife, who you just heard from. I'm speaking in opposition to changing the comprehensive plan. I noticed there was no opposition from any of the state agencies to make this change. This is surprising to me, given that the Water Management District acknowledged there is significant evidence of panthers on this land. There are also recorded sightings of crested caracara, as well as numerous other species on this land that are protected. These are not the only species that should be considered, and I believe that you are the ones responsible for protecting our native wildlife. This duty cannot be abdicated to other agencies since you are the final authority on this matter. The land in question has been set aside for conservation, so I wanted to name the species that I have seen in our neighborhood. These species, without a doubt, use this land to live. We have gopher tortoises, deer, alligators, snapping turtles, bobcats, river otters, and Everglades mink I have personally observed in these areas. We have huge bird population, including birds of prey that hunt our pastures. Among our winged neighbors, we have eagles, red-shouldered hawks, American kestrels, roseate spoonbills, wood storks, sandhill cranes, wood ducks, black-bellied ducks, Cooper's hawks, American robins, migratory finches, flycatchers, swallowtail kites, belted kingfishers, bats, pileated woodpeckers, ospreys, blue jays, scrub jays, cardinals, brown thrashers, shrikes, great blue herons, little blue herons, whippoorwills, and ibis, only to name a few. These animals move freely through our properties. We are good stewards of the land that we own, and we try to cohabitate with these native species. We expect our elected officials to have the same respect for these species. If we continue to destroy the land set aside for conservation, we are choosing to kill these species and to relocate them, drive them out of their natural ranges. I also have concerns about this land being so close to the airport, as my wife has stated. It's my understanding that Zone B areas are not considered ideal for residential development. We have a variety of planes that fly over the neighborhood. The Port Authority, I guess, has changed the way aircraft make their approach so as to fan out the aircraft over the area, so not one particular area is getting all of the noise. If we put in this high-density project here over the area, it will likely push that back over us, more primarily. Based on data from the FAA, aircraft on approach are at about 450 feet as they come over the corner of my property. We just ask that you please do not change the comprehensive plan to accommodate this development. Not only is this amendment bad for conservation, but this is not land compatible with high-density residential.
Thank you for your comments this morning, or afternoon, I guess.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Antoinette Thrift, followed by Dan Thompson.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Antoinette Thrift. I've been a Lee County resident for 52 years, and I have some concerns that I'd like to share relating to the outlook overall on the county comprehensive plan, and my belief that it's crucial that at this time consideration be given to shifting overall philosophy and approach toward planning going forward. First, some history for perspective. 33 years ago, a big problem was clearly recognized and addressed by Lee County and the state of Florida. Both of those government entities took action at that time to protect and preserve our area's shallow aquifers. This led to the designation of the DRGR, 83,000 acres, which is comprised of protected wetlands, conservation areas, and agricultural land. There's a layer of limestone within the DRGR, which is also vital for aquifer storage. Since that time, there has been relentless and ever-increasing pressure to allow mines and more construction. This has placed the DRGR in jeopardy that grows larger all the time. Unfortunately, many people feel that decision makers for Lee County government back in 1990 placed a higher priority on preserving our environmental resources. The invaluable hydrological features need to be protected to safeguard our water supply. Subsequent leaders, including those in authority at this time, seem to have instead placed more priority on gaining revenue by allowing development that seems to be occurring at a breakneck speed, thereby risking the water supply that we all need and rely upon. Water shortages have been in the news recently and frequently, and so far I have not heard of any viable solutions that will take care of that ongoing issue. Next, we have concerns about the need for responsible planning where it relates to wildlife. It makes for a great soundbite to say that you're in favor of protection of endangered species and wildlife overall. However, proof is found in actions that are taken to actually make that happen. Although haphazard and rapid development is short-sighted and irresponsible, allowing it only will increase the vulnerability of these animals. Also, wetlands. Protection of them is essential to our survival and the survival of that wildlife. Wetlands absorb heavy rainfall, protect from flooding, and are a vital component to purifying and filtering our water, the water that we rely upon to survive. It's somewhat eerie to me that our current problems closely parallel history, both remote and recent. Long ago, there were wealthy entrepreneurs with highly recognizable names such as Broward and Flagler that indiscriminately developed South Florida, draining huge portions of the Everglades in the process. This was done, simply put, because they placed their own financial gain over the consequences of altering the delicate ecological system. Today, there's only half of the original wetlands of the Everglades remaining. As a result of past and future recklessness and development, we still and will continue to have to deal with the consequences, including loss of wildlife habitat and water pollution that will impact all of us. There comes a time when it's an essential part of stewardship to take a step back and evaluate where we are going. I ask you to recognize the need to preserve and protect our precious environmental resources and take an approach toward planning which is more responsible than perhaps it's been in the past. In conclusion, I would ask you to consider the clear negative consequences of not responsibly and thoughtfully developing, because we can't afford to fail to balance this, to balance the preservation of our area. Finally, in the immortal words of George Santayana, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Dan Thompson, followed by Sherry Thompson. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. My name's Dan Thompson. I'm here to oppose this because I don't think it's the right kind of subdivision to be in the backyard in an Ag 2 setting. But mostly, I want to look back at a little bit of history in this. In 1986, when my wife and I bought that piece of property, which we built on and raised 2 girls, there were no roads going south off of 82. The first thing you came to when you left under I-75 on your right-hand side going east was a farm. It was Zipper Farms. They used to grow baby's breath and other things there. Across the street from Zippers was the John Deere dealership. I'm just trying to give you an idea of what kind of neighborhood we're talking about. If you stayed on the south side of 82 and you headed closer towards Shawnee Road on the right-hand side, the next thing you came upon was Sanders Ranch. Sanders Ranch had a bunch of horses. They raised horses, people rode horses, and they raised cattle for the most part out there. Now, I know this has been a long time ago, but this is just what I'm thinking when I'm moving to a place like this. You go further on down the road, there was no Daniels Road extension. Shoot, Daniels Road was way the other side of us. So between I-75 and Shawnee Road, there wasn't a single road pulling to the south. Now that was all Ag 2. It was raising cattle and horses and raising plants and all the way up to us, that was Ag. We're Ag 2 because, and I'll read a definition of Ag 2. Ag 2 is to provide areas for the establishment or continuation of agriculture operations with residential uses being permitted as ancillary to agriculture uses and to accommodate those individuals who understand and desire to live in an agriculture environment. And that's exactly what we wanted. We bought altogether 5 acres on Shawnee Road. They're separated. I have 2.5 acres where we live, and I have 2.5 acres where we sight in our rifles and we shoot skeet on Sundays, and just all around mess around. But in an effort to change this zoning, Lennar is saying that we live in a single-family neighborhood. Well, you can come drive down my dirt road that's been that way ever since I've been there and before, and you can see this isn't an everyday residential subdivision. Now, you guys are gonna change the water if you do. If you do change the DRGR there, which allows them to build their subdivision there, that's gonna have a profound impact on us. Now, if you don't change it, they can't build that there. Now, I'm not saying nothing should be built at our back fence. I'm saying if they're gonna build something, I'd like to see it to be Ag 2. They could do ranchettes, they could do a lot of different things. But they don't have to jam a 1,600 acre subdivision at my back fence, not to mention that they said they wanted to put it 30 foot away from my back fence. They thought that'd be plenty of buffer because my barn's 150 feet away from that fence. So I implore you guys to not let this go through, to stop it here and now. They've changed the zoning all the way from I-75 to Shawnee Road. That's 8 miles. I beg you guys to stop it there. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Sherry Thompson, followed by Kathy Walker.
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Thompson. I really wasn't prepared to speak on the CPA part of this. I am more prepared for talking about the zoning hearing. But what I do find ironic is that this CPA just came up. No one has been notified that we were going to be talking about this today. We have not been notified. And it seems to appear to me that this is all part of the plan, that Lennar knows that changing this is the last stop sign for them. So the DRGR, I mean, we can talk about all the wildlife. You've heard it from some of my other neighbors, my friends. On my 2.5 acres, I have seen 3 panthers uncollared, despite what Mr. Shane Johnson said, there's no more panthers in our area because, you know, it's collared, but the ones that we've seen, and I'll talk about that a little bit in the zoning part, but on the DRGR, my concern is the water. We are in rainy season right now. Apparently, we're supposed to be in rainy season. This is the driest rainy season we've ever had. My pond, which is usually full this time of the year before the real super heavy rains, is maybe 2/3 full right now. So I don't know where they're getting their numbers with their wells that they're monitoring and saying, oh, we're way above, we're doing really good, all these other lies that they have said, but my pond is not full. Usually in the heaviest around September, the end of August and September, we are starting to flood in our area. And now they want to build a berm that prevents our water to continue to flow off of Shawnee. Now they want to build a berm that's going to stop that. In the Lee County, you all allowed for them to put a culvert on Rod and Gun Club to off-drain their water, so that's coming on us. And now Lennar wants to build a berm to stop the water. Now that's going to flood us even more. So the DRGR is a conservation to protect our water, which is our life. We don't have city water and well. City water and sewage. We live off of our well. That's how we drink. That's how we clean. That's how we bathe. That is how we put out the forest fires that are all around us all the time. So I implore you to stop this nonsense. I mean, do you ever look at the totality of everything you keep approving? You keep approving more DRGR to be eaten up. Have you looked at the totality? Put it all together. Right now, you're looking at each little case, but do you put it all together and look at it? Destruction in the name of development? It's beyond my imagination. I thank you for your time, and I will be a little bit more composed for the zoning part.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Kathy Walker, and that's, actually, no, I guess I have 2 more cards, right? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Kathy Walker. I was born and raised here in Lee County, so I've seen all the changes taking place over the years. It went from a nice place to live to an overcrowded place to live, changing the quality of our lives. And who speaks for the wildlife impacted by all this growth? We need more conservation and less development on Daniels and 82, and also fewer homes being built all around. Let's not forget we need rainwater to actually soak into the ground and not diverted to ponds or canals because it sure isn't going to absorb in the concrete. We cannot afford to proceed with ignorance in regards to the environment. It's obvious to many residents that the Florida government works in favor of developers. That's why many don't bother to speak out because they know it's a lost cause. This needs to change before it's too late. We are not going to make any more land, so when it's gone forever. At this point, I don't see a good balance between preserved lands and development. You have an opportunity to keep 1,200 acres of important wetlands, groundwater resource, and wildlife habitat intact. This land can complement the Wild Turkey Strand Preserve and support the wildlife there that reside there, including the endangered panther. In the last 3 years, there have been 8 panther deaths in that surrounding area alone. We are aware that you have approved many tracts of land for protection, and we are grateful for that. But those decisions are what need to continue. We are going down a troubled path, and citizens need to know that you have their best interest in mind. We all have to care for our planet, our state, and our environment, not just some of us. Our lives are at stake with every piece of farmland sold off to development. Every ecosystem destroyed from the ground up will eventually come back to haunt us. The decisions you make will have profound consequences in the years ahead. And what would you or anyone else look back on and think about the urban sprawl that shouldn't have happened? This company can do and say what they want about minimizing the destruction to our environment and wildlife, but the fact remains that any piece of large property that gets developed ruins the beauty of our natural land, kills off wildlife, causes more traffic congestion, and is just plain ugly. I speak for many like me when I say we would much rather look at pasture land than concrete. This development can be glorified as the developer sees it, but it is nothing but more decimation of wild Florida. Conservation 2020 would be a much better alternative. You could create a far better version that would leave the whole area unspoiled for the benefit of not only the wildlife, but for hikers, bird watchers, and wildlife viewers. It is time for every one of you to think about what this place is going to look like. You're the ones responsible for changing the appearance of this county. All the beauty that has attracted people to this area for decades is being threatened, as well as crucial resources and wildlife. From the baby birds in the trees to the field mice, raccoons to the panther, they all depend on compassionate human beings that care for their environment, that care not only about themselves, but the world around them. Do any of you commissioners want to see our county look like Miami-Dade or the East Coast? Why does it seem like our local government feels the need to accommodate the influx of humans that want to move here no matter what harm it causes? No matter how much our natural resources can handle, no matter how much more pollution is run off into our waters, no matter how much the native and longtime residents hate seeing their area destroyed so the whole country can live here with us. How far are you willing to let it go? I'm truly saddened at the way many officials disregard the fact that our county is being overpopulated, and that our wildlife are going to lose their lives, also more humans can take up their space. It's truly heartbreaking because one day you will be the reason these animals become rare. Sure, there are preserved lands, but animals don't know boundaries and will travel. Humans destroy an excessive amount of nature, and it doesn't have to be that way with a reasonable mindset. Think about all the clear cutting of the forest to be replaced by concrete. Do you seriously think that has no effect on our environment? Once the damage is done, there's no turning back. Please think about the innocent wildlife trying to survive in the real beauty of nature. Florida was known for its wild, and it's being obliterated right before our very eyes. Remember, your decision will make a difference in many lives and in many ways. Our wildlife don't get to have a say in this, or you would have a much bigger crowd here today. I realize developers have no compassion for animals because they have no money, but that's beside the point. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcia Ellis, followed by Serge Thomas.
Wonderful. Can I have the dot camera, please? Thank you so much.
and I did prepare some materials. Please make sure these get into the record. Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Marcia Ellis for the record. And I want to start by revisiting this comprehensive plan amendment that was transmitted several months ago. I did give comments at that amendment, and my comments are misrepresented on what was sent to the state. It says that one member of the public commented that the development would impact Florida panther habitat. And indeed, I did speak of my concern for Florida Panther 257, but that wasn't the only topic. I also talked about what is known adverse impacts on the existing well users in the area, and that was being addressed by Lee County. Lee County was proposing to draw, instead of from the sandstone, from the lower aquifers, because they recognize that there is a problem in that area that's impacting existing well users. So this is really an omission, but this isn't the only omission in terms of what was sent on to the state from this county. There's an even bigger one. And that bigger omission is that we failed to bring forward with clarity that this is the only piece of property in Lee County that is bordering RSW that has noise zone B. And that's a big deal. That's a big deal because development in that area is strongly discouraged and involves a lot of heightened review. And not just review here locally, which didn't take place with the airport board or with oversight committees, but this is also review that should be taking place out of Orlando with the FFA looking at this project. Because noise zone B is not allowed, you're not allowed to build residences there. And currently what's being put forth has recreation facilities in noise zone B. So if you build buildings there, you might be able to do something to cut back on the noise, like, maybe put some more insulation in, enhance some building measures, improve the windows. However, when you talk about putting kids in pools, playing sports, or enjoying recreation in a development, you can't attenuate people being out in the open. And people are going to pay good money to live in a Lennar community, and in my opinion, and the facts do show that Lennar has been negligent in not bringing forth this clearly in what was transmitted to the state. At no place in the packet are you going to see these noise zones, all right? And instead of putting residences in this known area that is forbidden, they've chosen to instead expose the entire community to these forbidden levels of noise, increasing hazard unduly for everybody who moves in there. So let's think about the private property rights of the people who buy into this Lennar community. The people who are going to be calling RSW and they're going to be complaining on the overflight, because they will. All right, and those numbers are going to skyrocket, and those favorable ratings for RSW are going to go down the tank because people are going to be calling and complaining. And so the way that we get around that is we would ask folks to sign waivers. I want you to think about this. We would be asking folks who are moving into this community with their families to sign waivers to live in this community. And that doesn't protect their interest because children can't sign waivers. They can't. Unborn babies can't sign waivers. They can't. And they're going to be exposed to this known undue hazard that Lennar failed to bring forth in this comprehensive plan amendment that we sent from our county to the state, and we've now got an opportunity to comment on once again. So we have to ask ourselves, are we going to be that county that lets a $30 billion, the nation's second largest home builder, come into our county and allow our community members, our residents, to be backed into position to waive the rights for their children to grow up in an environment that is free of known hazard. What about the contractors that are going to be working on these buildings, or the kids coming to the birthday party over in the recreational area of Zone B? Are we going to ask them to sign waivers as well? So I really think that we have an obligation first to the residents of Lee County to protect them from an area that we're lucky because we don't have a development there. Why would we expose our residents to that hazard?
I'll call Serge Thomas. And that's the last card that I have. If you would like to speak on the comprehensive plan amendment that we're considering right now, please stand by the door and I'll go ahead and call you forward.
Ready? Hello,
go ahead.
everybody. My name is
morning.
Serge Thomas.
Good afternoon.
I'm an associate professor with a water school, and I'm here to talk about especially the detention pond and the DRGR. So I remember I came actually here a few years back when Frank Mann was still sitting here and was defending the DRGR, so I'm trying to do today as well. I have a lot of experience working with retention ponds. I know that the property will have retention ponds to attenuate the effect of flooding, nutrient impact, for example, and also talk about the retention pond as an attractant to birds, because I think there is also that aspect as well in the project to make the pond less attractive to birds, and which I think is not going to happen. But I'd like to remind you that it's not because you have to have a way to retain and detain water that you need to have ponds. First reason is that the research shows, and I can share the publication, that the ponds actually do very little for nutrient. They do not retain nutrient. You're growing algae when you're bringing nutrient into the water. Okay, so we're doing this in the middle of the DRGR. We're going to have more eutrophication, meaning excessive amount of nutrients and algae bloom eventually in those ponds. The other thing is the idea that the ponds actually help recharge the groundwater. Remember, we are in the DRGR. The ponds do not recharge the groundwater. I know they were thought to recharge the groundwater, but we published a paper in 2016, and actually that's a contrary. They actually pull water out of the ground because there is too much evapotranspiration, means there's too much evaporation and not enough recharge. So we're going to have less recharge to the DRGR. A better alternative to pond will be a wetland, which is what we have right now. I'm not sure Lennar would be willing to have dry detention pond instead of wet detention ponds, but that would be one way to actually allow nutrient filtration and groundwater recharge at the same time. There's also a question about the slope. So normally it's mandated to have a 4-to-1 slope, and I think it's in the project. So I know that most of the pond will have a 6-to-1 slope, which is better than 4-to-1 slope. And the 4-to-1 slope was to deter birds, especially, to actually be on the shore. My experience being that I haven't seen that happen. The reason you want a slope that is not too slopey, I mean too steep, is actually to allow the water to be filtered by the vegetation, to have the time to infiltrate and to prevent erosion. So the steeper the slope will be, a steeper slope over time because you will not prevent erosion. They also talk about putting riprap, which could work, or eventually concrete, which would be worse because then you are accelerating the water. The runoff will actually move faster into the detention pond. And you will basically have what we call the first line of defense, those vegetation on the shoreline, the littoral, that will actually capture those nutrients, the sediments, and prevent, again, nutrient from accumulating into those ponds. So again, a better choice instead of having those ponds would be to have dry detention pond. Again, I forgot to mention that they also do very little for flood protection. Right, so we actually have published this just right now in 2023 in the American Water Resource Association journal that the pond do not do much for flood mitigation because there's not enough water to absorb. The pond is got water. When you need a wetland will allow to have flood mitigation. So I feel a bit preposterous that we think that those ponds will not attract wildlife. They will. You know, we had wildlife before, and I don't think that deterred, you know, had any collision with airplanes. So I don't think that's a very good point here. With the similarity of the case of Sanibel Island, what I would like to see is actually, if we want to reduce the impact on the land, is to build taller, right? If you were actually spreading out and putting all those impervious surfaces everywhere and all those grasses and lawn and nutrients, build taller. And then you would actually have a less impact on the land and have the land allow to absorb the nutrient and to basically fulfill its full function, moving the water across. Remember also, we're not the East Coast, we're the West Coast. The water moves very differently on the East Coast, a very complicated way. We don't have a lot of slope to work with, and each time you do a development, it's problematic to really figure out how the water will be moving as we're getting, storms going through. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you Shelton Reynolds? Yeah. Okay, come on forward. I did have a card from Shelton Reynolds and one from Aaron Kandick. Yeah, it didn't say what topic you wanted to talk on, so I set it to the side. Well, go ahead. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get the time right. My name is Shelton Reynolds. I am born and raised here, Lee County. And looking around the room, I can probably confirm that I'm the oldest one that was born and raised here in this room. And I want to talk to you about the changes you guys are making. When are we going to back up and slow down? When are we going to take a breath? Now, being born and raised here, I grew up in East Lee County. This was places where I went and hunt, fished, had a good time as a young man. Now, and y'all hunt. You hunt? So, let me ask you. This here, I want to show you that. That's on Shawnee Road, 15th Clifton Road, and there was 3 of them, all 6 pointers.
All right, sir, if you could get back to the podium, thank you. Real quick, pause this time real quick, one thing. I did actually reread in anticipation of a lot of public comment yesterday too. I went and reread the administrative code related to public comment and hearings and everything like that. And actually it says in there that I'm not supposed to allow people to approach the dais like that. I've been lenient a couple times today, but I did want to point that out because I may have to.
I think you're pretty safe with me.
I know. You're good. All right.
So my point is, deer was not mentioned in the wildlife study that Lennar did, but there's deer, there's turkey, there's all kinds of wildlife, and there's something that's missing. Been missing for years around here. And you've not missed it. Took me a trip to North Carolina with my kids before I figured out. When's the last time y'all seen lightning bugs? When's the last time you seen fireflies? Now, when I was growing up, we used to chase those buggers all over the time. In summertime, in the evening, you would sit here and capture lightning bugs in a jar, right? That was things we did. You smash them and stick them on your face. When's the last time you've seen them? What else do we have in our environment that we are missing and you don't even realize it? Until one day you sit there and you go, where did that go? Same thing here. Protect our lands. That's your responsibility, and I appreciate the time to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Aaron. I assume, Aaron, you wanted to speak on this one as well? Okay. Good deal.
I don't know how to follow that, really. I don't have fancy pictures, but my name is Erin Kandick, and I'm a resident of Shawnee Road. I'm here also to speak in opposition to the comprehensive plan amendment. I live also adjacent to the parcel that Lennar plans to build on. I'm probably the newest member of Shawnee Road. I moved to Shawnee Road approximately a year ago, actually right before the hurricane. I moved there to find peace. I have lived in the Gateway community since 2008. Most recently, Timber Creek, also owned by Lennar, literally across the street from where I live now. I'm very concerned with this comprehensive plan because it provides, or originally provided for the land to be agricultural. I'm concerned that passing the plan will jeopardize our way of life. You've heard people talk about all of the wildlife that they've seen. On my particular property, I can mention that we saw a mink not too long ago. A gopher turtle has decided to live in our pond. Waking up in the morning, I hear roosters across the street. My dog says good morning to the cows across the street. We have a flock of peacocks that live on our street and parade up and down at sunrise and sundown. It's a beautiful, beautiful, peaceful place to live. I have 3 children, all who attend Lee County schools, all who likely will end up residing in Lee County following their graduation. I have major concerns about the impact on our water if you guys choose to go forward with this plan. I find it interesting that nobody wanted to see the presentation. I wanted to see the presentation. How do you know that there will be no impact to our water? How can you guarantee that for the rest of my life, my well will be available for use, their wells will be available to use? How does anybody know? Given history, given what we're experiencing now as a nation with climate change, with all of the things that are happening, I think we do have an obligation, and you have an obligation to us as Lee County citizens, to our children, to follow through with protecting our natural wildlife with our natural resources, inclusive of the water. One thing I also think is funny is that Lennar prides itself on wanting to reduce its carbon footprint in the world and being energy efficient. What better way to help them with that process by keeping 1,000 acres of trees still up where we can breathe the oxygen, where our wetlands aren't impacted. So I really strongly encourage you to vote no.
Thank you for your comments. Any further comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. We'll come back to the board for consideration. Commissioners, does anybody have any discussion? Or
I had a couple of questions for staff.
Commissioner Pendergrass, you're recognized.
Staff, I'm not sure who would be the best one to answer. First, water, I assume people are talking about drinking water. They're concerned they live, my colleagues are not familiar with this property. It's on Daniels Parkway, leading up to 82 on the south side of the road. Across the street was last week spoke of Timber Creek, which is a Lennar community across the street. This area is east of the airport RSW property, which is the flight path on the east part of that property. Most of it is cleared. There are some trees there, but it's not really, it was agriculture before. But anyway, my question to staff, is this be under county water, or would it be a well-driven community with septic? As far as I know, there'd be, like Timber Creek across the street, would be county water, correct?
Yeah.
And we come from Green Meadows, right? Okay.
Brandon Dunn with the planning section. This will be served by both Lee County utilities for water and sewer. Irrigation will be wells out of the DRGR.
And through the development stages further on, after zoning and everything else was done, all that's resolved then as far as water shedding, as far as water shedding east and south from their property. They would deal with that as far as the buffers and everything, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
So like during development stages of the project, if approved, they would be, as far as displacing water in the community south and east of this or west of it, they would deal with that through development stages, correct?
Yes, they would have
with water management with permitting?
Part of their permitting process will be getting approval through the Water Management District with an environmental resource permit, and they look at flooding neighbors, impacts to the neighbors, making sure those existing drainage patterns are maintained.
So if this community was on county water, it wouldn't affect their water tables for their well. If anything, it would probably enhance their wells because the water off this property would be displaced into the aquifers around the area, correct?
When we're talking about groundwater, I'd prefer to let the...
Yeah, I don't know if Steve has somebody here for that or not. Yeah, if you want to refer to that answer. I just want to make sure people were saying water. I assume they were referring to their wells, worried about their wells going dry, dealing with the sandstone aquifer concerns.
Okay, we'll hear from the applicant to answer that question then.
Yes, sir. Steve Hartzell for the record. Yes, with regard to the irrigation that's being proposed, the irrigation is not coming from wells. The irrigation is coming from the on-site lakes. Right. Yes, those can be supplemented by the wells, and there's an entire presentation that David Brown can provide for you. Now, I understand that you all have heard that before. Just briefly, with regard to the question about the DRGR, it's not the entire DRGR on this 1,200-acre parcel that's being proposed for change. It's 149 acres. It's 149 acres of DRGR that is not functioning as the DRGR is intended to function. That's the reason why this was proposed. It's outside, I'm sorry, this 149 acres is in the 6 Mile Cypress subbasin, which is just like Timber Creek across the street. which is also sub-outlying suburban. That's the reason why this 149 acres is being proposed for a change from the DRGR to sub-outlying suburban. Another question or another issue that came up was this site should be set aside for conservation, and somebody suggested the Conservation 2020 program, all of which sounds great until folks start to realize that what that means is they're suggesting that the county should purchase this entire acreage instead of allowing it to be used as it's been intended to be used. These changes, as far as the comp plan is concerned, will provide for significant conservation. As part of the text amendment, 60% of this property will be used for preservation in order to be able to develop the property as it's been proposed in the zoning hearing, which is coming up. So actually, there is a significant part of this proposal which will provide for conservation of this property. And of that 60% of open space, 60% open space, 55% of that is going to be indigenous, with some discussion about the wetlands. Over 95% of the wetlands are going to be preserved, again, as part of the zoning case that's coming.
Kind of like we did with Corkscrew with the overlay down at Corkscrew. 60%. It's kind of like we did on Corkscrew Road with some of the overlay there, 60% for green space,
very similar to
wetlands,
those,
and 40% developed.
Those provisions. So, as I said, we're prepared. The team is here. We're prepared to do a presentation if you still have questions, but I just wanted to get that out for you.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for everybody coming. I'm very familiar with this area. As Mr. Reynolds said, the Sanders Ranch, actually George Sanders Ranch, and some of us used to go out there a lot, I guess, when we were younger. But I'm not going to say anybody calling me his name out today. The area's changed a lot, obviously, because we got Timber Creek across the street. And if somebody, I know people are concerned about the airport land and being noise, I don't know if staff wants to respond about being in the Zone B as far as that for the noise ordinance, but that's something that the buyers and sellers have to discuss. We don't make that decision here as a legislative process. If somebody chooses to live in a flight path, I personally wouldn't, but somebody else may choose to live near the airport. Staff, you want to comment about the flight path as far as the noise concerns?
Staff worked with,
Would you like to defer to Mr. Hartzell to answer that question, or?
Sure, that'll be fine.
Steve, yeah, you want to respond to that then, as far as the noise concerns? We obviously don't set policy or deny zoning because of noise. I was just curious if you want to comment about that.
We have to address that, but we address that in the zoning hearing. And notwithstanding the comments that have been made at this point in time, yes, it was addressed. It's part of our zoning application. There is no residential development within the noise zone. We stayed outside of the noise zone, and the noise zone is shown on the master concept plan. So yes, we do have to address that, and we have addressed that.
Okay, how about any habitat crossings or any habitat? I mean, I know there are, well, I have panthers in my yard every night, and deer and everything, as Mr. Other gentleman said. But as far as like the habitat, there's no crossings needed along Daniels Parkway. I know we have a slow zone there. We have a lower speed limit sign at nighttime for the panther habitat, because the airport, we have all the airport habitat. We have the deer and the turkey coming from the airport property that spreads out through that whole southern East Lee County.
We had to work with the Port Authority staff very closely to address the wildlife issues. And yes, that required a heightened scrutiny of this project from not just your staff, but the Port Authority staff as well, in order to address the wildlife attractant issues, which we did, and we have conditions that address those. We are required to not to create new wetlands, which would be wildlife attractants. We have deviations that are addressed to make sure that the stormwater retention areas don't create habitat that would attract wading birds. So yes, those issues were addressed. The hearing examiner listened to 2 days worth of testimony addressing those issues, and at the end of the day, she agreed with the staff, with the Port Authority staff, and with our consultants that this project has addressed all of those concerns significantly.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Yeah. Other questions?
No other questions? Okay, commissioners, at this time then, does anybody else have any comments, or would somebody like to make a motion? Motion for approval from Commissioner Sandeli. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second from Commissioner Pendergrass. Do we have any discussion on the motion?
Commissioner Chairman, if we can make sure that the motion includes the findings that's provided on the staff recommendation.
Okay, so I'll turn to the motion maker. So you have the staff recommendation in front of you on the screen. Does your motion include both the findings that the staff is recommending? Yes, it does. Okay.
Second that.
And your second does as well. Is that sufficient, Mr.
Yes, sir.
County Attorney? Okay, great. Do we have any discussion then on the motion that's on the floor? Okay. Seeing no discussion, then are there any objections to the motion? I see no objections. That motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you. The next case is the companion zoning that came along with this. And one thing I did want to go ahead and point out as he's getting ready for the zoning case is that Florida statutes actually require the county commission to provide a concurrent review of the rezoning request at the same time that they go through the comprehensive plan amendment. So if the developer requests it that way. So just wanted to point that out, that while it seems like it's part of the plan, that actually is part of the state law that required us to do it that way. So, okay, you may introduce the case.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Once again, Dirk Dan with Lee County Zoning. This request is companion to the CPA you just heard. DCI 22-2 seeks to rezone 1,233 acres from Ag 2 to mixed-use plan development to allow 350,000 square feet of commercial uses and 1,600 dwelling units. The hearing examiner did recommend approval with conditions. There were 9 participants of record, according to our records, and staff and the applicant are here with any questions you may have.
Okay, any questions for our staff at this time, commissioners? Okay, I see no questions for the staff. At this time, I'd like to ask the applicant to make their presentation.
Again, Steve Hartzell with Pavis Law Firm. Here on behalf of Lennar, we have our entire team. We are prepared to make a full presentation if you would like that. On the other hand, we can answer questions as we did before, as those come up after the public. So we defer to your desire.
Commissioners, what's your pleasure?
Protocol that we followed last time's fine.
Okay, all right, very good. Any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, and then we'll move to the applicants, or the participants of record. The first participant of record is Marcia Ellis.
Super, great. Dirk, do you have my PowerPoint on this one? Thank you so much. Super.
Which one of these did you want to open up first?
I guess just the final, Daniel, not the water plan, but the other one.
Okay.
Super, appreciate it. So gentlemen, in anticipation of the zoning portion of today, Marcia Ellis for the record, I did prepare the evidence that I submitted at the zoning hearing to share with you. And that includes 2 PowerPoints.
Just go ahead and hang on to it and show it to us through this.
Yeah, well, this was communicated ahead of time. I also am submitting formally as part of the evidence record with the zoning action, the new evidence that I submitted 2 days in advance as required by the new administrative code regarding new evidence. And that new evidence is primarily related to the airport issues with Zone B and the fact that that land has always been strongly discouraged to be developed and add increasing density. And so I'm going to quote from the Orlando Airport's district office that in this letter that was written in 2014 in review of the Florida Aviation Administration Noise Compatibility Program, that they stated that the goal of reducing existing non-compatible land uses around the airport and preventing the introduction. Yes.
Sorry, Commissioners, it does not appear that the information was sent to the applicant's representatives in advance, so.
Yes, the new evidence was, and the old evidence was part of the record.
Is this the new evidence?
Yes, I sent it to Jamie Prinsing as directed on my notice to participant.
Is this it?
Yes.
Ma'am, I know you're mad, but.
Oh, no, I'm not mad.
Calm it, yeah, thanks.
I'm not mad. I have a short period of time, so I just want to make the most of it.
And we're going to honor that, for sure, absolutely. All right, so Mr. Jacob, what's,
If she can give Mr. Hartzell a few moments to make sure he has no objection to the information that she's going to testify to.
are you recommending we take a recess for a few
Nope,
minutes, or?
No, don't do
He's
that.
got it now.
Okay.
If I may?
Yes, Mr. Hartzell,
For the record, Steve Hartzell. I'm not, this is literally the first moment that I'm getting this new evidence. And my question is whether this is new evidence that was not available at the time of the hearing, because as I'm understanding, she's raising issues about noise ordinance, or the airport, and.
In Orlando, though.
I didn't even hear the part about Orlando, but again, the noise ordinance, the noise zones, all of that is well known, was known at the time of the hearing. So I object to all of this new evidence.
so the reason real quick why this is happening this way is because once we're in the zoning portion of the case, it becomes a quasi-judicial format, similar to like a court hearing where a judge has to sit and hear the evidence, and so you do have the ability to object to evidence that's been presented. Also, the rules of due process apply to this, so people have to be able to review the evidence ahead of time if new evidence is going to be introduced. So that's why it's happening this way, just to explain what's happening. So because this is a quasi-judicial format, I would like to turn to our attorney for his advice. Now that we have an objection that's been made, what is the best path to proceed?
If the information is available, however not presented at the hearing, you cannot come to this hearing and present it saying you just got it or whatnot. My understanding from the correspondence from Ms. Ellis is that her testimony, her new testimony with regards to proposed conditions in the hearing examiner's recommendation, she may testify as to issues with regards to those recommendations or the new the conditions that came out, but she cannot introduce new evidence that was not presented to the hearing examiner if that evidence was actually available. It's a little bit tricky considering she wouldn't have had the conditions in the recommendation until afterwards, but to the extent she's going to testify as to the impacts of those proposed conditions, she's available to do that even though it wasn't.
Let's do this. Could we hear her testimony, and then at the end of it, could you let us know what parts we could or could not consider?
I can do that.
Okay, let's do that then. Let's go ahead and continue the clock. We'll listen to your testimony, and then he'll let us know what parts we can and can't consider.
Thank you. I appreciate, because I understand that this is an issue that I've been involved in for a couple of months, and we've had limited opportunity to resolve this. So the issue is that I gave my public testimony, and then the airport did not present, the coordination with the airport was not resolved at the hearing. And since that information was not available to me, I quote-unquote reserved my opportunity to ask questions and give public input once that information was disclosed. So since it was incomplete and still under negotiation, there's absolutely no way I could give testimony, ask questions from an informed perspective. And that's why I have submitted this letter. Now, in regard to the airport issues that were unresolved, it's come to light the significance of noise zone B. And when I refer to the Orlando airport, I'm referring to the district district office, which is headed up in Orlando, not the Orlando airport. And it is clear that discouragement for adding development in noise zones B or noise zone C for that matter is strongly discouraged, and it should have a lot more oversight that did not take place. I know that you guys take pride in your favorability ratings at the airport, and the overflight data that I've been able to get from 2013 shows that there are going to be significant noise complaints. People are going to be unhappy. Originally, when I spoke at the zoning hearing, I spoke about my concern for wildlife, primarily the panther, my concerns for the adverse impacts on existing water well users because of the pumping from the lakes in the dry season that are going to be supplemented by wells, taking the resources that they use for drinking and using those to landscape and irrigate. I urged introducing the information from the lower West Coast water supply from the South Florida Water Management District that we really work to reclaimed water as a way to deal with this landscape recreation issue. These are things that I've brought forward. So I just want to be clear that in this zoning action, I have concerns about the airport, about the suitability of allowing the nation's second largest home builder to come into our community and build in a place that is going to create burden on homeowners that you guys are responsible for protecting, that the adverse impacts to water whales are real, and that information is informed by the documentation I provided to you from South Florida Water Management District, and that adverse effects for flooding are going to increase for my neighbors up on Shawnee, and that the opportunity to continue the compatible use of low-density agriculture or acquire this property for conservation purpose is the ethical and responsible thing to do. You guys are choosing to build in a place of known hazard. That is not okay. It is not okay for the children, for the families that you are charged with protecting. And I just am making clear that these issues are documented in the zoning portion going forward so that we can bring these public interests to light and compel Lennar to take their business someplace else.
I'll call Kayla Gunther.
Just to be clear, Commissioners, there was nothing in that testimony that needed to be excluded.
Okay, thank you very much for that follow-up.
Hi, again, my name's Kayla Gunther, for the record. This feels really pointless, but I'll just go ahead and give you my spiel anyway. I'm a resident of Shawnee Road. I've lived there since 2020. I live on 2.5 acres with my husband and children and our large flock of chickens. I moved there because I wanted fresh air to breathe and room for my kids to run. I'm here to ask you to do the right thing and remand this case back to the hearing examiner. This community jeopardizes our way of life, our water quality, our ability to fight fires, our drainage systems, and our wildlife. It will increase noise pollution, lengthen traffic delays, and may dry up our wells. We will be subject to complaints and intervention from a neighborhood that lives differently from us. We don't have all these fancy representatives like Lennar. Our elected officials on this board are the only people who have the power to protect our way of life, our natural resources, and our homes. To start, I want to correct something that was downplayed in the hearing examiner's recommendation, and one of the statements she made was entirely false. She said that our primary concern is the traffic on Daniels and State Road 82. I can assure you that although traffic is a concern, the issues outlined in the testimony you're going to hear from me and others goes far beyond minor traffic inconveniences. We have concerns about protected wildlife, our livestock, flooding, our water supply, and other issues that will impact our quality of life. During the hearing examiner meeting, Lennar was touting this high-density development as compatible with our neighborhood, claiming they're putting single-family homes next to other single-family homes. However, I believe there are a lot of characteristics that demonstrate we are not the typical suburban neighborhood. For example, the average lot size on Shawnee Road is over 2 acres, yet they want to put multiple housing units on every acre. Shawnee Road is privately owned, and it's a dirt road. It's not managed by the county or an HOA. Our residents have the freedom to use their land as they need, with minimal intervention or meddling by the neighbors. As you drive down Shawnee, you'll notice the architecture varies from barns to cabins to modern ranches. In addition to the symphony of songs from our local bird population, you expect to hear Shawnee residents shooting targets and driving ATVs, all while watching the endless parade of airplanes fly overhead. On any given evening, you'll see horses trotting gracefully down the road, and if you're lucky, you'll see my favorite handsome tricolor goat strutting down the road on his leash. By the Commissioner's own admission, it is important to make sure developers are building communities that are consistent with the character of the nearby neighborhood. In fact, Commissioner Greenwell, you said during a Buckingham hearing that developers should take these opportunities to be welcomed into the community by the neighbors around them. Lennar missed that chance here. I recently learned that no one on my side of Shawnee Road was notified about this development and the corresponding hearings that were to take place. It's hard to imagine this was not an intentional tactic to limit Lennar's opposition. Furthermore, to avoid an open and honest dialogue, Lennar listed their notice of hearing for their water management district permit in the Business Observer, not in a medium that most of us read or see every day. We shouldn't condone this behavior by continuing to allow them to rezone and develop our areas with their underhanded tactics that avoid our input. It's hard not to be both annoyed and flabbergasted by the stances taken by the regulatory agencies in this process. You might have noticed in the Water Management District report that they found several endangered species. They even admitted to seeing panther tracks on Lennar's property. They also noted that Lennar will protect these panthers by putting up a fence to keep them out of the development. I hope you appreciate the absurdity there. They are claiming they will protect the panther by eliminating its habitat and encouraging it to wander onto Daniels Parkway, rather than through the land they are used to. I really hope that that panther reads that panther crossing sign so he knows where to go on Daniels. As you know, Section 5.1.5 empowers you to remand this case back to the hearing examiner because this development will encroach on our way of life. It's not compatible with us. I heard you reference Commissioner Pendergrass, Timber Creek. They're not the ones being impacted by this because it's not in their backyards. They're across Daniels, they'll have nothing to do with us. The people who are at jeopardy here are the ones who live on Shawnee. They're gonna have to deal with this development every day. Please vote with us and with your wildlife and not with another corporation looking to exploit our resources for their own gain.
Thank you. Mariella Lovo. And after Mariella Lovo will be James Horn.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me. My name is Mariella Lovo. I am a resident of Shawnee Road. I live there with my husband and my son. Okay, so I moved there in 2021, and I love it there. I used to live in Las Colinas, Texas. After exploring different regions in Florida, I fell in love with Shawnee Road. I live the country life while being near the beach. The Lennar development in question will be in my backyard, literally. Normally, I get to enjoy a peaceful view of the trees and wildlife while I work from home. It is common for me to see hawks diving for fish in our pond, deer family grazing nearby, a river otter feeding on the soft-shell turtles that live on my property. Now, according to Lennar's map, I will have several housing units located along my back property line. I have several concerns about the proximity of Lennar's homes to my backyard. So now my property is not fenced because there's no necessity for it. I am worried that I will need to fence my property to keep the kids from falling into our pond. I am concerned that my son will not be able to ride his ATV without getting noises complained from the neighbors. I am concerned that the berm that Lennar is building to divide the properties will keep the water on my land, further exacerbating flooding we already experience. Okay, so during the hearing examiner meeting, I do not believe Lennar adequately addressed our flooding concern. They stated that the water on their land will not affect ours. Okay, sorry. They stated that the water on their land will not flow into mine. Okay, but the problem is that the way the water flows, it floats on their land. The issue is that the water flows on their land, and if they put that berm, they are going to stop the natural flow and keep all the water on my property. So when that happens, who will pay for my flood insurance? Will they replace the dozen of plants and fruiting trees I have when they get ruined? The Lennar community jeopardizes our way of life, our water quality, our ability to fight fires, our drainage system, our wildlife. It will increase noise pollution, lengthen traffic delays, and may dry up our wells. We will be subject to complaints and interventions from our neighbors that live differently from us. Okay, so I would like a few assurances from Lennar if you decide to approve this rezoning. One, I would like to see that they take measures to remediate our flooding costs by their development. I want a guarantee that they will cover the cost of a new well when they dried mine out. I want assurances that the lead contamination on their land is not going to impact my water supply. They need to do proper remediation before building. I want to know that the panther that lives behind me is thriving, because there is, I've seen it. I want it in writing, I want it written into the resolution that they can never have access onto any part of Shawnee Road. So we do not have fancy representative like they do. We only have you guys to help us out. So please be our ally. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Horn. James, are you here? He's not here. Okay. Shelton Reynolds, I know Shelton's here. And then after Shelton will be Dan and Sherry Thompson. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon. I'll stay right here now. My name is Shelton Reynolds. I am born and raised here in Lee County. I lived in Shawnee Road for 12 years. The Daniel South project would have an extreme detrimental impact on my property and that of our neighbors. This project would literally be in my backyard, and when I say my backyard, it would be right in my backyard, 2.5 acres. We use every bit of it. We grow a garden, we have livestock. Lennar wants to build 1,600 homes at the edge of my property, and the road would go right along my fence line. I can assure you this is not compatible with my backyard, nor that of my neighbors. The big issue, water, both potable and non-potable, we use our wells for drinking water, if you've heard from other people. Plus, the water in our ponds are essential for keeping homes safe from fire. As a firefighter the last 43 years and still in active service, I have witnessed the Division of Forestry use the ponds on Shawnee Road to fight brush fires that come across in Lehigh. This year we have less rain than we had here in the past 129 years, and I can test that. I can still mow my ditch. Our ponds on Shawnee Road have dropped dramatically over the years, and we've stood on Shawnee Road with our neighbors and watching the fires. Lennar plans to drill wells to keep the landscape pretty. Our concerns are more critical. If actual demands on our water supply make our wells dry, we will face immediate problems and have to drill new wells at our cost. Something else, the hearing examiner asked about the possibility of lead contamination. The property that we are on, and this property they're building, was part of a World War II gun range. And if you look on the map and you see the little coat hanger shapes, those were the ranges, all right? When first asked, the representative for Lennar blew her off and said there was no contamination. Then in the second hearing, he came back and said that the bullets were made out of zinc. I can assure you, the bullets used during World War II contain lead. A sample's been taken and a sample's been tested and can be presented at request. They contain lead. Zinc bullets are a recent invention for varmint shooting in bullets that you don't want lead in. That was not around during World War II. Commissioner Pendergraft, earlier this year you spoke on Buckingham Road project, which is strikingly similar to ours. We're rural, and the project was going to be high-density, single-family. And you disagreed strongly with the hearing examiner's opinion and stressed how the development was being considered at the time was not compatible with Buckingham. You asked those decision makers to do the right thing. We are not compatible with what's going in. Absolutely. No way you can sit here and say it is. If they wanted to come back and build something with bigger lots, that might be different. This is not, this is a transition from single family, little lots to rural. I stand here today to ask you to do the right thing. We urge you to remand this case back to the hearing examiner to review for the incompatibility of the projects for our homes on Daniels South. Would jeopardize our way of life, our water, and our safety. I now have to watch my back fence if this comes into place. It's a security issue. We bought the land here on Shawnee Road to be living in the country, to take a look at the real estate for the add to this property out here, and it talks about country life. This development would entirely be incompatible for our lifestyle and our properties. I appreciate you thinking.
Thank you. Let me call Dan Thompson, followed by Sherry Thompson.
Afternoon again. I'm Dan Thompson. Excuse me. I want to tell you why I oppose that subdivision being across my fence, because I back right up to it. They said on one of the other subdivisions I just saw that you guys were talking about, they had 100 feet between their property line and where this ditch was and all that. Lennar proposes to put their road 30 foot behind my fence, okay? I told you that we lived there since 1986. That's 36 years. I raised 2 children back there. We had hogs and chickens and horses, and they grew to love the outdoors just as I did and their mother. Lennar developed Timber Creek, which is right across Daniels Road Extension from where they're fixing to build this new place. A year ago, September 20th, 2022, in an NBC2 News article, now I'll note that this is 2 weeks before Hurricane Ian, that subdivision flooded. There was damage to people's houses. Then they said that the water came in regardless if it was a big storm or a little storm. So I'm supposed to trust these guys at Lennar to take care of our groundwater? I don't think so. First off, they tell you, no, they're going to irrigate their land with ponds. Okay, well, they got to get water in those ponds somehow. And if it doesn't rain like this year, there's not going to be any water in those ponds. And let me tell you something I brought up in the very beginning to them during the last hearing that, you know, the homeowners weren't going to put up with their yards being brown. They're going in here buying $500,000, $750,000, $1 million houses in here. They're going to have a green yard. They said, hey, you don't have to worry about that. And you know why that is? Because it's not the individual homeowners that have say over that. It's the HOA. Oh, that's right. That's a group of individual homeowners that get together and do the best they can for their community. When they get to using those big pumps that they have over there, no matter how much they monitor them, which they really highlighted to us during the last hearings, there's a good chance that it's going to suck the water out of my well. They've got a lot of area they have to irrigate. And if it's anything the same near the neighbor that's building next to me, he's 5 foot above the standard grade that we have right now. Now, if they put 5 foot of sand in there and put floor tam grass, no doubt, in there, because they're not going to live with hay in their yards, Can you imagine how much water it's going to take to irrigate all of that and where that water's going to come from? I'll tell you, it's going to come from the same aquifer that I get my drinking water out of, the same stuff that I use to take a bath, to wash clothes, everything else. So who is responsible in the end if my well goes dry when I know that Lennar is the one that caused it? Let's skip to another subject. Let's talk about their berm that they're going to put down that road. Not only are they going to have a 5-foot fill at minimum, they're going to put a berm on our side. 10 feet, 15 feet from my fence, they're going to have a berm. Then they're going to have a ditch, which will take their water most likely to the south, is the direction it should go because that's where the cypress is. Well, Lee County, a few years back, when they took over most of Rod and Gun Club Road, installed a culvert about a half a mile down. Now, I talked to Frank Mann at length about this. I went out there and rode the road with him. Lee County took all of Rod and Gun Club's road, put the water on us. Now, Lennar is going to put up a wall on the other side to stop it. We're going to be in the middle of a ditch. Who's going to take care of us when we're flooded out? Lee County doesn't come down our road and do any work on it. We do it. This group that you see behind me, this is not a residential subdivision. We have tractors and barns and ponds. We go out for buggy rides to see our neighbors and animals. It's ridiculous. My grandson noted the other day while we were riding around on my buggy, he's going, "Papa, I love your neighborhood." And I said, "Why is that?" And he goes, "Because we only got dogs and cats." And I said, "And?" And he said, "Because you got cows, you got horses, you got pigs, you got goats, you got, I mean, there are animals all up and down the road. We live a totally different way of life than those folks that are coming in on the other side of the fence. And that's why I want you all to oppose this." Thank you.
Sherry Thompson, followed by Kara Tyler Julian.
Oh, Cecil, can't believe you're leaving. He's my district.
Nature calls, I think.
Maybe I'll wait. My name is Sherry Thompson. I've been a Fort Myers resident for over 50 years, 36 of which I live on Shawnee Road. My husband and I raised 2 beautiful daughters on Shawnee Road and now share the country living experience with our grand gifts. We have 2. I appreciate the opportunity to present my case of why I believe the board should exercise their legislative responsibility to uphold the existing AG2 single-family rural living zoning and to remand this case back to the examiner because the applicant failed to provide a plan for both public and Lennar that is compatible with policy 515 and single-family rural living. I can't pretend to understand all the legalese of the applicant's professional testimonies, and certainly I don't have the billable hours to support that. But I can share with you my personal expert opinion about living on Shawnee Road and what I know to be true. Mr. Shane Johnson testified that the only panther in our area is deceased. What he neglected to mention is that that panther had a collar and was being tracked, and I guess is deceased because that's what he told us. But I'm here to tell you that we provided at the last hearing pictures of 3 panthers without collars at the July meeting, a female with her cub and a separate picture of a male adult panther, none of which had collars, therefore are not being tracked by Florida Fish and Wildlife. And I'm led to believe that we still have 6 sets of beware of panther crossings in less than a 2.5 mile span of road on Daniels. And half of those signs are directly aligned with Timber Creek and now this proposed property that Lennar wants to build. That leads me to believe that there are other people that believe us, that there are panthers living in our area. Ms. Tina Ekblad testified that essentially there really will be a 150 feet barrier between Shawnee Homes and Lennar development because Shawnee residents build their homes closer to the roads, leaving about 120 feet vacant land behind their homes. So essentially what she's saying is it's not a big deal because there's going to be 150 feet. Well, what Ms. Ekblad failed to calculate in this formula is a subjective number for country living real estate. We use every bit of our property to live on. In country living, one builds their home in front of the property so they can have the highest and best use of their land to effectively and actively provide for country living needs. Many of us have horse stables and pastures, barns for our daily used equipment. We use our tractors almost daily. Chicken coops for free-range chickens, ponds to provide potable water for our livestock, vegetable gardening, ATV and tractor riding. Shooting ranges for target practicing and skeet shooting. We do that on a weekend basis. People love it. And unfortunately, it's not our favorite thing, but it's a part of our country living is loud party barns. I can tell you, this is not compatible to a single-family suburbia living. Outside of the incompatibility with rural living, there are many other reasons why this development is not healthy for Lee County residents that my friends and neighbors have already mentioned. I would like to add, though, however, another concern, and that is potential decrease in real estate fair market value due to changing the zoning that you just did from AG to residential. I'm here to ask you to do the right thing and remand this case back to the hearing examiner to address the incompatibility in Lennar's development with our neighborhood. This proposed community jeopardizes our way of life, our wildlife, our water quality, our ability to fight fires, and our drainage systems. It will increase noise pollution, lengthen traffic delays, and may dry up our wells. I'm pretty certain that's going to happen, and I've lived there 36 years and never had my well go dry. And if it goes dry, we know why. We will be subject to complaints and intervention from a neighborhood that lives completely different than we do. We do not have billable representatives like Lennar, our elected officials, you, who we elected, each of you, all of us, not just Cecil, who's in my district, but you, Mr. Greenwell, just recently in the 2022 election or whatever that we just had. We elected you because we believe you are going to protect our way of living, our natural resources, and our homes and our wildlife. I'm confident that you will vote no.
At this time, I'll call Kara Tyler Julian. Kara, are you here? Okay, Kara is unable to join us. How about Kathy Walker? Kathy Walker, are you here?
I think she left.
Okay, Kathy Walker is not here as well. Okay, that concludes the participants of record on this case. Would the applicant like to address the concerns that were raised?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve Hartzell for the record. The first issue that was raised addressed airport noise zone questions and issues with regard to whether the folks who are purchasing property out there would understand that they were near an airport noise zone. Land Development Code Section 34-1104 provides for disclosures in homeowner association documents and disclosures on plats that address that issue. And yes, there's a condition in the hearing examiner's recommendation that requires that Lennar is going to have to comply with those airport noise zone disclosures. So yes, they are aware of that. They are going to address that. Compatibility issues, we can get into that in a lot of detail. Tina Ekblad is here, and she would be more than happy to go into the specifics of that. The hearing examiner also listened to all of that testimony, and the hearing examiner found, as did your staff, that this project is compatible with the conditions that have been proposed, and that notwithstanding that these neighbors don't want somebody in their backyard, understand that. Nobody lived there before, and now people are going to be living there. But that's part of what happens when people actually use the property that they own. So we would submit that we have addressed the compatibility issues as well. Drainage concerns, again, it's not an uncommon concern when somebody sees that there's development going in that's next door to them, the concern about what's the impact there. As you have heard on numerous occasions, South Florida Water Management District requires that historic flows have to be accommodated on the property, This project has to get its South Florida Water Management District permit. It's got its conceptual permit as well. The design of the drainage has to keep this site's stormwater on site, which it does and will do. The berm that we're talking about, it's been designed in such a fashion that it will accommodate the neighbors' historic flows so that they can continue to flow off. It's not going to be a wall that's on their property line that prevents any water from getting off of their property. The team is here prepared to address that in significant detail if you've got questions about that. Same with the irrigation and the wells. You've heard David Brown testify before. He has testified before the hearing examiner and explained in great detail, and we've got the exhibits here, and we're prepared to go into those that demonstrate why it is that the irrigation wells, as proposed and with the conditions that the hearing examiner has recommended, will not have an adverse impact on the neighbors' wells. The irrigation is primarily from the stormwater management ponds, and those lakes will then, yes, there will be irrigation wells that will supplement those if that's necessary. Again, we're happy to present those. I defer to your questions.
Okay. At this time then, Commissioners, what questions do you have for the applicant? Any questions? I had one question, Mr. Hartzell, just, with your legal background, obviously as an attorney, are you aware, is there case law that talks about the compatibility between single-family agricultural and single-family residential as is being proposed here? And how do judges typically rule when you've got single-family going next to single-family, even if one is maybe a more suburban style community versus an ag?
Well, from a compatibility standpoint, with all due respect to the neighbors, they don't want anybody in their backyard. And so the fact that there are going to be single-family homes that are different than their rural lifestyle, they don't want that in their backyard. But from a compatibility standpoint, no, we've got essentially residential butting up to residential, and those are both compatible. They're different kinds of residential, but frankly, your comp plan encourages a diversity of housing types, and that's basically what we're seeing here.
Commissioner Pendergrass, you have a question?
I kind of was going to go into that a little bit later, but I'm glad you brought that, because I kind of looked at that before we got here today, because I understand what their concerns are going to be. The problem is, like where we had the Buckingham, it talked about earlier, a case we had a while back, in Buckingham we did a denial. We were able to deny that because of compatibility, but it was a 2-lane road. The community is the same across the street, acreage lots where that was a really high intense unit as far as the speaker spoke about Buckingham. This community is going to face Daniels Parkway, which is a 4-lane divided highway, and the other road is State Road A2, which is their road that leads out to that. So there's no, as far as compatibility, when you look at past cases and case laws, the compatibility would be if there were adjoining entrances, kind of like where you have Fiddlesticks and Briarcliff backs up together. You have Wissy Creek that backs up to Summerlin Road, but the frontage is on McGregor Boulevard or College Parkway. So you take communities like that where the compatibility would come for the front entrance. So you would never see this road, Shawnee Road. If you go in this community, if you live in the front of the community, you would never know Shawnee Road exists. Or if you go to Shawnee Road, you would never see it if you live on the south side of Shawnee Road compared to the north side. So from a legal compatibility, we had, from what I could find, there was no reason to deny it or remand it back to the hearing examiner just because of the houses, the adjoining properties would be different in nature, but you would still have a buffer. There'd still be a buffer. Like when I lived in Briarcliff, I had a buffer between myself and the community behind me, which was more community. I had 2.5 acres. They had 30,000 square foot lots, so it was smaller, but there was a buffer between us, so you didn't have the compatibility issue there. So that's the problem is there, because the roads, this frontage is going to be on Daniels Parkway, a 4-lane major road, which will be 8 lanes in the future based upon our CIP 20-year plan, and the State Road 82, their road goes on Shawnee, so they never have interactions together that way. So that's where the compatibility. But would it be an issue if you live on the north side of Shawnee and you have party barns, you have acreage, you go out there and shoot now where there's all acreage, but at the end of the day, we're here today because some trust family group decided to sell their agriculture land and this is where we're at today. And it's unfortunate things like that happen, but we all know that happens, right? It affects all of us at one time. This area, I think Mr. Reynolds referred to, we all used to go out there and hunt or travel out there as kids at one time, but it's different now because there's Timber Creek across the street. That's where that compatibility, if Timber Creek wasn't across the street, it wasn't a four-lane major road, maybe some compatibility issue, but based upon that, there's no substance for that.
Commissioner Greenwell, you have a...
Chairman, if I may, I'm going to share this story, and I've shared it a few times since I become a commissioner. And it doesn't make you happy, what I'm going to say, but I feel compelled to say it again. And that is, I decided to become a commissioner because I wanted to try to make a difference and help guide things in the direction that I would like to see us continue to grow. But to be honest, unfortunately, I got a lesson. And that lesson is that we have land use rights in the state of Florida. I, too, thought I bought on the edge of what I thought town forever. I bought on the edge of Lee County. And unfortunately, they were building a city. I've been out there 35 years, and I've learned that those people have land use rights, and those land use rights change everything. And when a developer decides to come in and buy a piece of property, as happened out by me, as happened out by you, is they have those rights. I don't want them.
Commissioner. Folks, folks, we're going to direct everything through the chair. Let's direct everything through the chair. We'll get on.
Okay, so you have land use rights. So if you want to, all we could do as a county commission is to guide and try to make sure they meet all the criteria that they have to meet, which is what the hearing examiner does and what staff does. I think the point is being made is none of us want it in our backyards, but unfortunately they have those rights. And whether we like it or not, that's the right. So I'll just end it right there. You're never going to make them happy. So.
Commissioner, do you have any comments, any other comments? At this time, then, if there's no further comments and no further questions, then I think Mr. Hartzell, appreciate your time today. Would somebody like to make a motion, then?
I'll make a motion to move it forward.
A motion for approval from Commissioner Greenwell. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Commissioner Ruane. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Okay. The last, I guess, before we vote on the motion, the last thing I guess I wanted to share was, as somebody who was born and raised here, actually like three of us who were born and raised here, I know there's nothing that's going to make today feel better at all, but I am really sympathetic to the question about when does this stop and when does this slow down. But the truth is, in America, it would stop if the Constitution ever changed, because the Constitution guarantees people the right to own property and use it. It would stop if the state laws ever changed, but we've seen state laws change even recently where they allow, and actually they preempt us from making more decisions. They tell us we have to have competent substantial evidence. They allow for zonings to come in concurrently with comp plans, which I actually like because you get to see the details before you vote on the comp plan. It would change if decisions by judges change too. We have voted against things before in Lee County a lot, and when we have voted against those things, we've gone to court to try and defend those decisions, and we've lost. And the judges have ruled against us, and it has cost the taxpayers dearly, millions of dollars, and the person still gets to build too. So I guess the answer is, so when does it change? It doesn't change until those things change, because even though we are your local elected officials, we don't have unlimited power to just make decisions. We have to make decisions based on the criteria and the rules and the laws that we are governed under. So how do we balance that? How do we mitigate that? What do we do then? We do things like Conservation 2020. We have purchased over 31,000 acres of Lee County. We've got more than 21% of Lee County preserved now. This is certainly 1,200 acres that, if it was before me as a 2020 preserve, I'd consider it. It's a willing seller program, so they've got to want to sell it to us on that side. We do it by balancing also with environmental preservation overlays. So when people do come in to apply for developments like this, instead of the old days where I live in Cape Coral, the whole thing's cut into 80 by 120 residential lots with no pre-planning, this now has at least They preserved 95% of the wetlands. They tried to cluster everything together. They took care of the drainage. They looked for ways to preserve as much of the indigenous environment as they could. And so again, I know none of this makes anything feel better about today, but I just wanted to kind of go on the record about some of the ways we do try and look at conditioning development and doing development smarter today than how it was done previously. So with that then, if there's no further discussion, I'll go ahead and call the question. Are there any objections? I see no objections. That motion carries unanimously. There's no further business before us, so we're adjourned.